Hey, tea sippers. Hey, 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 hey. It's one of them things. Samantha said, "You're not yourself when you don't eat." And that's in a good way. Yeah, my delivery. Hey, Crystal, if you still here, I know you'll be back. Yeah, y'all listen, I had a lot of deliveries today and tomorrow. I just did a lot of stacking up on some stuff, and then Amazon Prime had a sale yesterday that ended yesterday. So, and I hate when they don't. I don't need to complain. I just had to. I didn't want them to start delivering and stuff, and while I'm live and all of that, I didn't want that interruption. And I had several things delivered, and my last one for today, unless they try to deliver something early, I just finished. Come on in, come on in, come on in. And yes, I did. I don't think I went to sleep last night. I read up on my supplements, my natural herbs and stuff, trying some new stuff. And baby, I don't know if it gave me more energy than I was really needing, because I didn't go to sleep last night. I didn't sleep at all last night. So I woke up, well, before I went to sleep, since I was up all night, I ate a little something. And then when I was waiting on my deliveries, I just had one of those chia seed cups with coconut, and some fruit. So, and some seeds. So yeah, so I should be okay for a minute, so we can talk. Y'all remember when I was talking about my I probably need to do one of them where they pay you to talk about this stuff, because y'all remember when I talked about let me see the name of it. Method. It's supposed to be plant-based and all that good stuff. Body wash. I have no idea what's it. I promise it feels like that they have tapped into for some odd reason. It kicks me out every time. Okay. Yep, I finally made it to go live. So now that it kicked me out. Okay, yeah, so it's right. New here. Hi, Robin. What do you mean, who am I? I'm going to talk about the Karmelo Anthony setup and cover up in Frisco, Texas. I'm going to also talk about your president. I mean, you could have came in saying hi, hello, instead of asking all these questions that you hit the like button. Robin, Roman. So listen, y'all, before I get started, I have two new. You got fur babies? What's fur babies? Dogs? So y'all remember when I even stocked up on my body wash, the one that's plant-based. Let me show you. This time I got some more that's coming tomorrow. But this one is the don't talk about my nails. I didn't go get my nails done. Matcha. So I'm excited to try this one, Mindful Matcha Body Wash. So I've been waiting on all type of stuff today. But let's get on into it, because you know I noticed some things. I saw some things, and he had these kids kind of on a, you know, I ain't saying hunting and shooting and, you know, karate is a bad thing. But when you got violent kids, where the mama even talked about how bad Hunter was, and knowing that Hunter was the initiator of their problems, of this situation, this aggressiveness. Hunter started it. Hunter had to always be rescued. Hunter is the problem. And so when I see all these childhood pictures, see, now I can't even show y'all the pictures that I have in the background, because I don't. Yeah, I mean, they say Epsom salt is not pure. That's why I stopped using Epsom salt. And I don't know what you're trying to say. This ain't what you what you want. Hey, this ain't what you want. Robin, I don't know what you're trying to say. I'm an Epsom salt type girl. I used to be, until if you read the back of it, it don't say it's, you know, it ain't natural. It ain't fully natural. It's processed. Processed Epsom salt. It's not 100% natural. And you remember when I had that knee injury, and I was using the magnesium flakes that really helped me out a lot. Yeah, but do it say 100%? So on this re-up, I tried a different one, Janet. At this point, I don't want nothing that ain't natural. I am really trying to get there. It's hard to break our cycles, but I got this one this time. Remember, the other one was red, and you see it says, let me show you, 100% natural. I wanted to say 100% natural. We don't know what they put in this stuff that's helping to keep us not fully hydrated. And so this one is 100% natural. And this time, instead of me getting the red one, I got this one, and it says the Dead Sea Salt that has aloe vera in it. It's enhanced with aloe vera. And so I used it for the first time yesterday. Yeah. So that's what I'm on. I'm on what's natural. I don't want nothing to pull away from us. We already dehydrated. You can tell that by the color of our urine. And we just so conditioned to move on past it, and we're not paying attention. That's just my thing. I look for 100%. Okay, yeah. So, hey, Natural in New Orleans, I done switched it up where I'm trying something different today. And I know that you got that, you tried that Method body wash. Is that still working for you? I'm trying a new one tonight. I'm matcha. I got the matcha one tonight. But anyway, so let me move on. When you said Epsom salt, yeah, I want the magnesium flakes. 100%. I know it did well for me. It did better than Epsom salt. Oh my goodness. So anyway, y'all, so as I was researching and looking and, I'm not quick to move every time something pop off because, when I thought about that lady, when they was talking about something and she was like, it's not confirmed. I don't know if I like that. I don't even know if I want to play with that. But anyway, when I was listening to some stuff last night, and I ran across some stuff. Do y'all remember how many times I keep saying Frisco is MAGA? Do we need to pray? We ain't prayed in a minute. Do we need to start off with our brother praying? Because, I heard Ken Paxton he wanted stuff sealed and didn't want the video footage to be released. I was like, Ken Paxton. She said, yeah, let's pray. I'm already saying Frisco is making America great again. It's Trump, I keep trying to make people understand that. And I ain't just saying that because it's Republican. I'm not just saying that because it's you remember I said they need Texas to stay red. Do y'all remember me saying that they need for Texas? Trump, when he was trying to leave on the cool on that plane and he wasn't supposed to, where was he coming? If y'all remember, he was coming to Texas. Even when we go back to, dang, I wish I could show the bit. Hey, Crystal. Crystal, bye. You too fucking demanding for me. Get your ass up out of here. We don't need you here. Bye. Yeah, you too fucking demanding. We don't know you like that. Get your ass up out of here. You're gonna make me answer you. If I don't answer, that means I don't want to. I don't want to. What is wrong with these people? She gonna make me answer. Did y'all see that? I know, where was y'all at? Now, I know I need to pray. Can you please answer if you are pro-Trump or not? Did I get off any signs that I was pro-Trump? Girl, bye. You too demanding. And you ain't hit the like button. So what we doing? So I guess she wasn't going to hit the like button until I confirmed. Girl, bye. I don't need you. I don't care about people or numbers in here like that. You can go and keep your like. They crazy. As you know. What? What? Shut up and listen. Right. I mean, you didn't say it like that, but that's what you kind of meant on the cool. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I think we need to pray. Let us pray. Let me go get the brother to pray because I'm just not... Girl. But listen, because I don't want to forget. It blew my mind. Never mind. Let us pray. Let us pray. Media caught hiding Karmelo. I brought up his injuries. What you talking about? What you talking about? They got caught hiding. Let me go on where I was because these people, she done already threw me off. Let us pray. This is a long one, y'all. Get ready. Paxton, Trump was supposed to be coming to Texas last week or this week, and yeah, let's pray, y'all. She done kind of.
Can I pray for your Saturday?
Let's
Dear
go.
God, I pray for the person that is here with me. God, they may have had a tough week. They may be going through a lot now. They may be going through pain. They may be in a daze right now. They may have had challenge after challenge after challenge. But God, I thank you that they made it. Thank you that you never left their side. Thank you that you never stopped loving them. Thank you that you kept them throughout this week. And God, if their heart is weary on this Saturday, I pray that you would give them rest. God, you promised in Matthew 11, verse 28, come to me, all you who are weary
And
and
I will give
burdened,
you
and I will
rest.
give you rest. So I pray that they would come into your presence and find peace for their soul. Father, if stress has filled their mind and their spirit, I pray that your peace would fill every corner of their heart. Your word says in Philippians 4, 6, and 7, do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation by prayer and petition with thanksgiving, present your request to God, and the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your heart and your mind in Christ Jesus. God, let that peace wash over them right now. I pray that you would refresh them, Jesus. Your word says in Isaiah 40, verse 31, that those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. God, renew their strength today. Restore what stress has drained. Restore what discouragement has stolen. Restore what this difficult week has taken from them. And Father, if they are carrying burdens they have not shared with anybody, I pray that they would lay them at your feet right now. Your word says in 1 Peter 5, verse 7, cast all your anxiety on him because he cares for you. Thank you, Jesus, that they do not have to carry this life alone. Thank you that they can place every worry, every fear, every burden, every unanswered prayer, every disappointment, every uncertainty, and every pain into your hands. God, wrap them tightly in your love today. Psalm 36, verse 7 says, how precious is your unfailing love, God. People take refuge in the shadow of your wings. God, let them rest under the shadow of your wings on this Saturday. Hold them close and remind them that they are safe with you. Remind them, God, that they are seen by you. And remind them that they are deeply loved by you, Jesus. Be their rest, be their strength, be their hope, be their peace. Thank you that you draw especially near to those who are hurting. Thank you that you are not distant from their pain, but you are actually present right there in the middle of it with them. And as they move into the days ahead, remind them that because you have brought them this far, you will continue to sustain them. God, Lamentations 3:22 and 23 says, because of the Lord's great love, we are not consumed, for his compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. Thank you, Lord, that your mercy for them did not run out this week. Thank you that when they were weary, you sustained them. When they stumbled, you upheld them. When they felt like giving up, you gave them just enough strength to keep moving forward. Help them to see that every breath they breathe is a gift from you. Every moment they endured was sustained by your grace. Every battle they survived was because your hand was upon them. Psalm 121 verses 1 and 2 says, I lift up my eyes to the mountains. Where does my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, the maker of heaven and earth. Thank you that their help has never come from their own strength alone. Their help comes from you, Jesus, the creator of heaven and earth. And God, if they are discouraged because of unanswered prayers, remind them that you are still working. Your word says in Romans 8:28, and we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Even now you are weaving together every joy, every tear, every victory, every delay, every disappointment for their good and for your glory. Lord, I pray that you would replace their exhaustion with renewed hope. Jeremiah 29:11 says, for I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you a hope and a future. Let them know that their story is not over. Their future is still secure in your hands. Your plans for them have not been canceled. Your promises concerning them have not failed. Father, surround them with your love today. May they feel your presence when they wake up in the morning. May they feel your peace throughout the day. May they feel your comfort in moments of loneliness. May they feel your strength in moments of weakness. May they feel your joy in the midst of difficult circumstances. Zephaniah 3:17 says, the Lord your God is with you, the mighty warrior who saves. He will take great delight in you. In his love, he will no longer rebuke you, but will rejoice over you with singing. Thank you, Father, that you delight in them. Thank you that they are precious in your sight. Thank you that they are your beloved child. God, they made it this far because your grace was sufficient. They made it this far because your mercies were new every morning. They made it because your strength was made perfect in their weakness. And they will continue to make it because the same God who has been faithful in the past will be faithful in the future. Thank you, Lord, that no matter what lies ahead, they never have to face it alone. I thank you for all that you have done, all that you were doing, and all that you continue to do in their life. I pray all these things in the mighty and wonderful name of Jesus. Amen. Have a blessed Saturday.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Lord. Woo, we needed that. We needed that. So listen, y'all. I was quite shocked. Well, no, I wasn't. But I'm shocked too because he said some things. And I'm gonna skip past some stuff and get to the point of where it is to me connecting Trump. Hi, Mabel. Cynthia, where to me it is connecting the making America great again, making America slave again, which will also kind of stamp why they went so hard on Karmelo. Because Trump needed a statement in Texas. Before he started the war and stuff, he met with Cruz. He came to Texas. He got reserve oil here. He need people to stand by him in Texas. It's like maybe Texas is like one of his main supporters because he got Cruz. He has Abbott, Paxton. You know, so he has a lot of leverage, kind of a lot of wiggle room. So, you know, he has a form of a cushion in Texas, right? And these folk really thought they was finna get away with what they tried to do to Carmelo Anthony. Let me say it like that. And so for the sealing, the moving, the not following proper protocol, to, you know, no black people on the jury selection, you know, removing them without even questioning them, putting a label on their back about that being educators, and one of the black females was a nurse. Rumors that the Asian lady was a educator. You know, it's just outright discrimination. And then they kept saying they don't want to make it racist, but you're being racist. We got to even talk about the watermelon and black folk and the slavery, you know, because again, it kind of all ties back to making America slaves again. That Jim Crow era. So I was even, let me go here real quick. We're going to talk about the watermelon.
Wondered, what does watermelon have to do with race? And what is so offensive about watermelon? Don't white people like watermelon too? Well, the stereotype of African Americans being excessively fond of watermelons came during a specific
hydration, the best of hydration.
Wondered, what does watermelon have to do with race? And what is so offensive about watermelon? Don't white people like watermelon too? Well, the stereotype of African Americans being excessively fond of watermelons came during a specific period in history and was used to fulfill a specific political purpose. After
political
emancipation,
political purpose. It's like, oh, Auntie Fee, you going way over there. Yeah, I'm going over there. I'm going over there. Are y'all ready for the ride? I don't care how many people in here. Are y'all ready for the ride? He said political. And it's just ironic that Jeff Metcalf is so fucking connected. And, you know, all of the sabotage, even with the Epstein case, you know, there's quite a few instances where Texas is brought up. You remember the limo driving Trump in Texas, and then where did the cab? Arkansas. It's just, you know, you just can't overlook the facts when they connect, and it's like how they connected. Why is Auntie Fee saying, yeah, hi love angel? So why did he choose the watermelon felon? And I keep saying making America great again is making America slaves again. Either they're gonna, put us to free labor, make a political statement, because even the watermelon is a political statement. So why did he say it? I'm gonna connect the dot for y'all with me. Hit the like button. Stay with me though.
I ever wondered, what does watermelon have to do with race? And what is so offensive about watermelon? Don't white people like watermelon too? Well, the stereotype of African Americans being excessively fond of watermelons came during a specific period in history and was used to fulfill a specific political purpose. After slaves won their emancipation, they made watermelon a symbol of their newfound freedom by growing, eating, and selling it. Southern whites responded by using the fruit to depict African Americans as unclean, lazy, and childishness. This trope was so widely accepted within popular culture that the origins of it are almost forgotten. The trope of the racist watermelon didn't emerge until after emancipation. In the early 1900s, the European imagination associated the typical watermelon eater with Italians or Arabs. A British officer stationed in Egypt in 1808 described the watermelon as a poor Arab feast, noting that the locals ate them ravenously as if the passers-by was going to snatch them away. Watermelon rinds were apparently a common sight on the streets of the port city of Rosetta. In Egypt, watermelon was also associated with uncleanliness, laziness, and childishness. These associations eventually made their way to America.
Made their way to hillbillies. Hillbillies. Black gold. Texas tea. Oh, next thing, what did it say? Oh, I can't think of the song. Oh, Jet, a millionaire. Ken folks said, Jet, move away from there. Say, California is the place you ought to be. So they loaded up the truck and they moved to Beverly Hills, that is. So they got better. Let's hear this.
Hadn't yet been connected to African Americans. In fact, at that time, Americans were just as likely to associate watermelons with white Kentucky hillbillies or New Hampshire yokels as they would a black South Carolina enslaved person. During chattel slavery, some plantation owners would allow their slaves to cultivate and even sell their own watermelons. Sometimes they would even give them a day off during the summer to enjoy their first watermelon harvest. Southern plantation owners viewed this slaves' delight in watermelon as an indication of their own supposed compassion. Slaves were also careful to relish watermelon in a manner that followed.
Relish what? Stay woke, good people.
Of the code of conduct established by whites. As a result, whites could expect slaves to act in a code of conduct established by whites in a manner that followed the code of conduct established by whites. As a result, whites could expect slaves to act in a manner of a caricature of a watermelon craving, juice-driven pickaninny. Refusing to comply with this stereotype could jeopardize the precarious relationship between master and enslaved. The abolishment of enslavement drastically altered the relationship between black people and whites. Formerly enslaved individuals avoided sharecropping on white-owned plantations by growing, consuming, and selling their own watermelons. This behavior of enjoying your freedom and cultivating your own land and selling watermelon in public markets provoked a major fear within the white community.
Provoked? They ain't even want us selling watermelons.
And strengthened the idea.
What? They said, oh, they making money off watermelons. How dare them come up and make a profit?
Cultivating your own land and selling watermelon in public markets provoked a major...
Cultivating your own land. Growing and selling watermelons became a problem with these trifling ass, jealous ass Europeans.
Growing, consuming, and selling their own watermelons. This behavior of enjoying your freedom and cultivating your own land and selling watermelon in public markets provoked a major fear within the white community. Newspapers would then stoke this fear that whites have and strengthen the idea of African Americans having an affinity for watermelons. In 1869, Frank Leslie's illustrated paper published a cartoon of an African American eating a watermelon. The accompanying article stated that Southern African Americans have a strong liking for watermelon. They thoroughly enjoy eating it. 2 years later, a Georgia newspaper reported the arrest of a black man for allegedly poisoning a watermelon with the intention of killing his neighbor. The article compared the man's actions to that of the Ku Klux Klan and asked if the Republican congressional...
The Ku Klux Klan? Y'all see where I'm going? Are y'all seeing where I'm going? And then Charleston White have the nerve, the gall, the audacity to think that what he is doing is funny. Yeah, we gotta wake up. We gotta wake up. We gotta wake up. We gotta wake up. They just made it where the Supreme Court allowed Trump to deport Haitians. That's, man, this is stay woke, people. I've been trying to warn us.
2 years later, a Georgia newspaper reported the arrest of a black man for allegedly poisoning a watermelon with the intention of killing his neighbor. The article compared the man's actions to that of the Ku Klux Klan and asked if the Republican Congressional Subcommittee investigating the Klan should look into this incident in particular. The article also described the man as walking to the courthouse carrying an enormous watermelon. Medical journals also wrote with a scientific earnest about black patients. They claimed that their intestines were clogged with watermelons. In an 1888 report by Dr. D.Z. Holliday of Harlem, Georgia.
And we know watermelon will make you urinate quicker than anything, or you be peeing for days if you ate watermelon like that. But carry on.
Describing how he broke down a bowel instruction of an African-American man. He claimed that the mass was filled with 820 seeds, all of which the man had ingested in one night. Also, during the
healing though,
season,
watermelon seeds, they say now they making watermelons without those seeds, cause the harvest. They don't want us to harvest. They don't want us to grow, so they want to use their seeds where you can't make no money off of it. Didn't we just talk about them seeds? Woo! Make America slaves again. Now they don't look at here. They over here. Here we are over here. They like these folks so smart. They come up and figure out every time we try to pull something away from them, they find a way to move around it and still maintain. Hey Max, watermelon felon. It go way back. Right here, they accused this man of poisoning. Here, then they just accused Karmelo Anthony of some shit that it looked like he may not have even been the one. It's getting a texture like, maybe they was about to poke him and he was so quick that you got your partner, you got your brother, Eddie or Hunter. And because Hunter was raised out in them backwoods and shit, they karate, jinsu, they kick all up in the air, they daddy taught them how to shoot, kill, stab, cut, all that good shit. And if y'all think that Carmelo Anthony was the only one that had a utility tool, if it wasn't for the cliques, it was to put up the tents, and their tent had not arrived. If y'all think that he was the only kid with a utility tool, knife, or scissors, y'all are in for a rude awakening. It's just no way that y'all can put them tents up without cutting the rope after you make a tight knot. There's just no way. You can't do it with your hands without cutting. Y'all finna find out that maybe that knife that they presented, they don't, for some reason don't have Carmelo's fingerprints on it, wasn't what he had in his bag. But let's carry on with the watermelon felon. Cause is this the first watermelon felon right here? You don't hear me good. What you say, Auntie Fee? Deporting the Haiti people, the Haitians. That just passed. The judge 3 out of 6 or something, 6-3, allowed him to continue with deportation. But is this the first?
Reported the arrest of a black man for allegedly poisoning a watermelon with the intention of killing his neighbor. The article compared the man's actions.
How did he know the neighbor was gonna buy the watermelon? But carry on.
That of the Ku Klux Klan and asked if the Republican Congressional Subcommittee investigated the Klan.
Yeah, I remember I called Frisco, them lawmakers. What did I call them? The Frisco KKK. Okay. Without even knowing this right here.
Poisoning a watermelon with the intention of killing his neighbor. The article compared the man's actions to that of the Ku Klux Klan and asked if the Republican Congressional Subcommittee investigating the Klan should look into this incident in particular. The article also described the man as walking to the courthouse carrying an enormous watermelon. Medical journals also wrote with a scientific earnest about black patients. They claimed that their intestines were clogged with watermelons. In an 1888 report by Dr. D.Z. Holliday of Harlem, Georgia, describing how he broke down a bowel instruction of an African-American man. He claimed that the mass was filled with 820 seeds, all of which the man had ingested in one night. Also, during the 1880 election season, Democrats accused South Carolina state legislature, which was majority black during Reconstruction, of having wasted the taxpayers' money on watermelons for their own enjoyment. In 1915, the white supremacist film D.W. Griffith, A Birth of a Nation, included a watermelon feast as a depiction of the emancipation, as corrupt northern whites encouraged former enslaved people to stop working and enjoy watermelons instead. This idea of implicating black appetites and black character through the watermelon, with the primary message being that African Americans were not ready for their own freedom, and that stereotype of associating blacks with watermelon remains a common occurrence in the United States even today. For example, in 1947, when Jackie Robinson broke Major League Baseball's color barrier, he was confronted by race-baiting taunts, including crowds throwing garbage, tomatoes, and watermelon rinds at him. Even in 1989, blacks protesting the killing of a black boy in Bensonhurst, New York, were taunted by whites, some of them holding watermelons over their heads and screaming at them to go home. There are literally hundreds of instances over the years.
Go home. Are we not feeling that texture like right now? I mean, they're not holding up watermelons, but he damn sure brought it up.
1989, blacks protesting.
Huh? Y'all still can't hear me? Huh? Are y'all seeing this?
The killing of a black boy in Bensonhurst, New York, were taunted by whites, some of them holding watermelons over their heads and screaming at them to go home. There are literally hundreds of instances over the years where the watermelon in association with African Americans being used as a tool of insult. Even
Okay.
decades after the end of the Jim Crow era, this
Dang,
cultural
look at that
symbol
long
of
that watermelon is, baby. Ooh, the watermelons used to be that long. Oh my goodness. Why she ain't got no teeth? But come on.
blacks and watermelon continues. Thank you. I'm your host, Country Boy. This has been One Mic History. I'm going to
Thank you, country boy. Thank you, country boy. I really, really appreciate you enlightening us about this watermelon felon. That old racist Jeff Metcalf, who say he not racist. He say he not racist. I just thought that was for clout. He said he was clout chasing. He thought he would give us a little clout.
If you have questions,
Hold on. So when I'm saying to myself, mm, let me see this one. This is a hidden truth. Let me see if it's gonna say something different. I'm so glad I love me some watermelon. I'm gonna go down to the market tomorrow and find me some watermelon with some seeds in it, since they want to play like that. Stay hydrated. Yeah, since you want to play, and I'm gonna save my seeds.
Black people and watermelon was just a harmless joke. But after slavery, watermelon was a symbol of black freedom, fast profits, no overseers, no permission. That reality terrified white America.
And now they won't. Now they don't even want you to have seeds to grow your own harvest.
They told you that making fun of black people and watermelon was just a harmless joke. But after slavery, watermelon was a symbol of black freedom, fast profits, no overseers, no permission. That reality terrified white America. So they launched a war of postcards, cartoons, and films to poison the image and turn freedom into humiliation. If you think this stereotype was an accident, you are about to learn why the real threat was black independence and why the joke still hurts. Long before the stereotype, watermelon was a secret sign of hope. Enslaved Africans carried watermelon seeds across the Atlantic, holding a piece of home even as everything else was stolen. Watermelon thrived in the southern heat. On the edges of plantations, people carved out hidden patches, small plots tucked behind cabins and along fence lines where they grew what they could call their own. These gardens were not just food. They were quiet acts of rebellion. Growing watermelon meant carving out a sliver of control, a taste of freedom no overseer could take away. Some families taught their children how to save seeds.
So when the people say, oh, so it's funny that they waited till Juneteenth to release them videos. You know, Juneteenth, freedom, watermelon, you know, all of that, pickaninny, all of that. Stay woke, y'all. Let's go.
Sprout, how to sell a melon for a few coins at market. That money did not go back to the plantation. It bought shoes. It bought dignity. It bought a future that was not owned by somebody else. Watermelon was more than a crop. It was a password, a way to say I have something of my own. After emancipation, those skills exploded. Freed men and women took what they had learned in hidden gardens and turned it loose. No overseer, no permission, just land, seeds, and the promise of life under their own name. Every watermelon patch was a declaration. I am free and I feed myself. That is what made watermelon dangerous to the old order, not the taste, the independence. Watermelon was not just a symbol, it was a business plan. In the hands of black men and women, it became quick cash. You could plant a seed in spring and be selling sweet, heavy melons by the middle of summer. 80 days, maybe 100 if the weather turned. No cotton field could match that speed. No white boss could touch that money.
Look at them.
Markets in the South filled with black vendors, some with wagons, some with nothing but a basket and a loud voice. They set up on corners, at crossroads, at the edge of every fair and festival. Buyers lined up, coins changed hands, and the profits stayed in black pockets. No middleman, no overseer, just hustle and sunburn and the taste of independence. The fruit was cheap to grow, but it sold fast. For every melon, a new pair of shoes, a school book, a Sunday hat. Watermelon money built lives. It was loud. Public proof that you did not have to wait for permission or a paycheck from a white man to get paid. That is what made the old order nervous. Black people were not waiting for handouts or scraping by on leftovers. They were running their own show out in the open, and the money was real. The streets did not just smell like watermelon. They smelled like freedom with a price tag. That is the part nobody wanted to talk about.
Freedom with a what?
Watermelon. They smelled like freedom with a price tag. That is the part nobody wanted to talk about. In 1869, a single drawing in Frank Leslie's illustrated newspaper flipped the script. It was not random. It showed black people crowded around a pile of watermelons, mouths wide, faces exaggerated. Joy turned into mockery. This was not about the fruit. It was about sending a message.
Mockery. Isn't that what old Jeff Metcalf was doing with the watermelon felon? And he found an old Uncle Tom ass nigga, Charleston White. Yeah, to play with it like that. Okay, y'all, we gotta stay woke.
Freedom would be ridiculed, not respected. The ink was barely dry on emancipation papers, and the backlash was already in print. That cartoon sparked a gold rush for racist souvenirs. By the 1880s, postcards and trade cards flooded the market. Printers from New York to New Orleans cashed in. They churned out thousands of cards showing children with sticky faces, adults grinning through oversized slices, rinds tossed at their feet. No one had to coordinate. The business was too good. These images sold everywhere, at drugstores, in mail order catalogs, on the racks at train stations. You could send a watermelon card from Georgia to Chicago and get a laugh from anyone who saw it. Cash changed hands, and the image spread. Publishers did more than ride a trend. They built an industry. Postcard printers made sets, one card for every stereotype, a watermelon on nearly all of them. Artists copied each other, racing to add more mess, more greed, more cartoonish grins. These were not jokes. They were mass-produced insults, shipped by the crate, bought by the bundle, pinned to kitchen walls, and pasted in scrapbooks. The stereotype became an object, a product, a punchline you could hold in your hand. The message was clear. If black people could not be stopped from selling watermelon, then their pride in it would be turned into shame, one postcard at a time. Hollywood got in on the act early. Studios like Edison and Universal churned out short films with the same joke. Black people fighting, stealing, or slobbering over watermelon. In 1901, Edison's A Watermelon Feast showed...
Slobbering? Stealing? What? We were slobbering over watermelon? Oh, maybe I went too far. We were slobbering?
All of them. Artists copied each other, racing to add more mess, more greed, more cartoonish grins. These were not jokes. They were mass-produced insults, shipped by the crate, bought by the bundle, pinned to kitchen walls, and pasted in scrapbooks. The stereotype became an object, a product, a punchline you could hold in your hand. The message was clear. If black people could not be stopped from selling watermelon, then their pride in it would be turned into shame.
Cannot be stopped. So, oh wow. So they wanted to stop it. So they made up stories, they exaggerated, they lied, they manipulated. Boy, don't this have a texture? Don't this have a feel? It just feel kind of feels similar. And I know somebody's saying, oh, TP, you should. No, I'm not. Because, see, I didn't come up with this watermelon felon. You know, I didn't come up with just really doing, you know, just taking a look at what this shit really. I remember something long time ago they had I'm gonna leave that alone. You know, when they was trying to feed babies and stuff. Yeah.
Time. Hollywood got in on the act early. Studios like Edison and Universal churned out short films with the same joke, selling watermelon, then their pride in it would be turned into shame, one postcard at a time. Hollywood got in on the act early. Studios like Edison and Universal churned out short films with the same joke, black people fighting, stealing, or slobbering over watermelon. In 1901, Edison's A Watermelon Feast showed black men brawling over a stolen melon, teeth and sticky hands. The audience howled. Studios knew exactly what they were selling. By 1915, D.W.
Wow.
Griffith dropped the hammer with The Birth of a Nation. In one scene, newly freed black legislators, played by white actors in blackface, abandoned their duties to devour watermelons, juice running down their chins. The message was plain as day. Give black people power, and they will turn Congress into a picnic. That film played for millions. It fueled the Klan and rewrote history with a
Give black folk power and what? And they will turn Congress into a picnic.
picnic. That film played for millions. It fueled the Klan and rewrote history with a laugh track. Political cartoonists were not far behind. Newspapers printed images of black voters clutching watermelon, mouths wide, eyes wild, ballots forgotten. The joke was cruel and simple. If you wanted to make black freedom look ridiculous, you drew a watermelon. In election years, these cartoons spread like wildfire.
In election years. Ain't this an election year? I can't make this up. Is this not an election year? And they trying to get the black people not to vote? Ain't that what's going on right now? Is that not what's going on right now? They talking about deporting immigrants. Hell, they want us to not be able to vote. That's that redistricting stuff. They just got, 520,000 Haitians that they trying to deport. They don't want nobody to vote. This is a voting deflection. Get folk up in a uproar. Ballots. Isn't this ironic? Huh? It's political, absolutely, and it's been like that for years. But I don't think they was expecting what's happening right now. We were supposed to just take it and run, and then not vote, not connect the dots. I've been saying this, but
freedom looked ridiculous. You drew a watermelon. In election years, these cartoons spread like wildfire. The fruit was not just a punchline. It was a weapon used to smear black voters as childish, greedy, too foolish for democracy. Every melon in print was
black
warning.
Voters.
This is what happens.
Not just voters, black voters.
Too foolish for democracy. Every melon in print was a warning. This is what happens when you let them vote.
This is what happens when you let them vote.
You drew a watermelon. In election years, these cartoons spread like wildfire. The fruit was not just a punchline. It was a weapon used to smear black voters as childish, greedy, too foolish for democracy. Every melon in print was a warning. This is what happens when you let them vote. Dr. Joe Von McAllister.
Was that a boat? Was that a boat?
You let them vote.
Let me go back. Is that a boat when they brought us over?
Foolish for democracy. Every melon in print was a warning. This is what happens when you...
Oh, that's a watermelon. Look like Noah's Ark, like a boat. Okay, so that's okay.
You let them vote. Dr. Joe Von McAllister says Southern whites, threatened by black people's newfound freedom, responded by making the fruit a symbol of uncleanliness, laziness, childishness. They could not stop black people from growing watermelon, so they tried to poison the meaning. That is psychological warfare dressed up as a joke. Humiliation was the real weapon. They did not outlaw watermelon. They made it embarrassing. Every joke, every cartoon, every movie scene was designed to dig deep, to make black people second guess a fruit that once meant freedom. Shame did what laws could not. People stopped buying watermelon in public. Kids were taught not to eat it at school. Families skipped it at picnics just to dodge the sting. The stereotype worked so well, most people forgot why it hurt. The trick was simple. Erase the real story, and what is left is the punchline. Black pride.
Erase the real story. Erase the real story. It just has a texture. You know, it always, hate always repeat itself. Especially when you are a white racist. I mean, because what they did to Karmelo was erase the truth. Right? Okay, let's go.
Watermelon was flipped into a warning. Do not stand out. Do not give them ammo. The damage did not stop at laughter. It stuck around, invisible. The stereotype worked so well, most people forgot why it hurt. The trick was simple. Erase the real story, and what is left is the punchline. Black pride in watermelon was flipped into a warning. Do not stand out. Do not give them ammo. The damage did not stop at laughter. It stuck around, invisible, turning joy into hesitation. Psychological warfare, and it is still doing its job. Today, the fruit that was used to shame is being flipped right back. Black chefs, artists, and TikTok creators are slicing watermelon on camera with pride, turning the old joke into a badge of honor.
Baby, because the best way to flush your system is watermelon. Watermelon. Best way to make that belly go down is do that a watermelon challenge. But make sure you get them with seeds. Because if we are the only ones that's really eating watermelon, right? Then so the GMO and the poisoning of it, you know, with this fake shit, you know, all you have is white seeds in this. So the black seeds are gone. Stay with me, folk. I ain't trying to lose you. This watermelon now, all you see is white seeds, the male seeds. Yeah, you can't harvest off of them. So they want to take the money. They don't want us to eat the real watermelon. And we're going to feed these pickaninnies, these, it's fake stuff. So now I'm going to make it a duty to go down to the market and get if I can find a yellow meat, I'm gonna get a yellow meat, and I'm gonna get a red one, and I'm gonna keep my seeds. Folk, we gotta start keeping our seeds. They have an agenda. They playing in our face. They trying to go back to Jim Crow and before. It's 18th century shit. It's just blowing my mind. And he came up with watermelon fella, knowing good and damn well your son started it, and maybe your other one took his brother out trying to get at Karmelo. Allegedly. Him and Eddie.
Black chefs, artists, and TikTok creators are slicing watermelon on camera with pride, turning the old joke into a badge of honor. Juneteenth cookouts have watermelon salads front and center. No apologies. Turning the old joke into a badge of honor. Juneteenth cookouts have watermelon salads front and center. No apologies. Viral videos break down the real story. How watermelon came from Africa. how it fueled survival and built black wealth. Hashtag Reclaim the Melon racks up millions of views, and every post is a clapback at the stereotype. The message is clear. You cannot erase history by making it a punchline. The fruit that once meant I don't need your permission still means it. If they had to destroy watermelon just to keep black people in their place, what else did they try to take? This is not just history. This is a challenge. Even now, stereotypes built to shame black freedom still echo through jokes and pop culture. That is not accidental. It is engineered forgetting. If weaponizing watermelon worked so well, what other symbols of black power were flipped into punchlines? Name them. Call them out. Drop your thoughts below. Let's name what they tried to erase.
Wow.
Life is unpredictable.
Wow. What? Wow. It's like, what can you say other than wow? I'm over here just praying for my baby girl. She's from Haiti. Yes. 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 To keep her citizenship card and paperwork on her. You know, but yeah, I don't even want to speak anything negative into, you know, what evil, you know. One thing is for sure, before it's over, we gonna win. It's just the bottom line, and they know it. They know time is running out. Time is running out. Let me get back to where I was, because, you know, I don't believe in a lot of coincidences. I just don't. So when I heard this racist sapsucker right here, with his racist ass kids, mention some names, you know, I said, he said it, y'all. So I'm going to go back to the beginning and listen, but we got to start right here with him. Let's go.
To go with the lines. So he says that he forgave him. Again, the purpose of this particular part of this video, I want to show you guys the different behaviors that the father has. This is where
Absolutely.
these kids got it from. This is not something that just came over them. They're filthy because their father is filthy, and I believe so is their mammy. Okay. Now, what we have learned from this piece of white trash is that he's a racist. Okay.
Absolutely.
You don't believe me? Believe this.
White person for every fucking thing else. We're the bad ones. We're the one who held you down. Guess what? You can do everything in America that I can do. Tell me one thing you can't do that I can't do. We all have equal rights. What's it
Boy,
say?
shut up.
All men are created equal. The First Amendment protects free speech. I'm for it. Free speech doesn't guarantee you safety. Perfect example. Charlie Kirk, a man who I admire.
Charlie Kirk. Charlie who? Charlie who? Oh, wow. Y'all know my ears perked up. My eyes I started blinking. Charlie Kirk. You what?
Looked up to. You know why? Because he
You looked up to Charlie Kirk? Let's go.
fight with words and logic. He didn't need fists, guns, or knives. No. He sat down and talked with you. How do you solve any situation when there's a problem? Communication. Charlie was an expert. That's one person, I admit.
I'm not sure what this means, because if somebody put a knife on me.
Oh,
so
I
I'm
know
just
what it
gonna sit
means.
there and
I
try
know
to
what he
resolve
means.
this.
Y'all,
Let's
T
just
Sippers, what that
resolve
means?
this.
If he admired and
I would
looked.
not want to debate. He was a walking chat GPT. He's an asshole. Or he's the greatest guy who'll give you the shirt off his back. So they both can be right.
Is that not MAGA? I mean, although they took him out, the Mossad took him out. But you know where his mindset is. He Trump. He MAGA. He identifies with Charlie Kirk. He identifies with Trump. He identify with removing our civil rights. You know, our voting registration, black folk being able to vote. Everything that Charlie Kirk was saying before he realized that they was finna take his ass out, he aligned with Trump. Paxton, I saw all of these lawmakers and politicians and all of this shit right here that's going on right now in election season. The biggest cover up, I can't, well, maybe since JFK. I mean, they keep aligning everything with JFK. This is a sabotage for this kid. They know good and damn well that they have all the evidence that Karmelo Anthony didn't do it. It was somebody from Memorial High School trying to get at Karmelo. All that's stuck in Karmelo's mind is, you know, I had it, something happened, he was bleeding. I mean, it goes along with all of the whitewash. When I heard him say he admired Charlie Kirk, I mean, a lot of people do, but his way of thinking, I mean, so you saying he wasn't about violence, but hell, you raised your kids to be violent. You taught them to shoot shit, hunt shit, when the boys looked like they wasn't even 10 years old. And there may be another bit, hold on, that they keep sending to me, trying to imply like this is them boys beating the hell out of somebody that was on the ground. Let me get over here. It popped up again, and I'm seeing all of this. Why is this not showing me when he was, it's not letting me change my background so you can see when they was kids and, you know, they into the karate and yeah, the bullying. Let me get over here. What are they eating? Where is this at? Are they eating vegan food? Hold on, where is this? It's vegan heat in Dallas. Hold on.
Always love to see a new chicken shack open up, and this one is a vegan chicken shack. They do vegan fried chicken, and I don't know what they
Where
do
is this
to
at?
it.
Hold on,
They
y'all.
have this tasting exactly like chicken. Just listen to this crunch. I got the lemon pepper basket, which is some mushrooms fried up. They come with the pickles, the peppers, a piece of bread. This thing was legit. This shack has no seating room, but you pull up, you hit the button, place your order, and they bring your food out. They also do have a full menu like their vegan meatloaf. This is the best meatloaf I've ever had, vegan or regular.
Oh,
It's a
wow.
must-try if you're a meatloaf fan.
This is that ube waffle sandwich. I'm trying vegan heat today. Owner is a celebrity vegan chef. I
On
don't know nothing
Samuel.
about veganism. Me personally, I'm Catholic. This is that
Hold on, let me
ube
send that
waffle
to me. It's on
sandwich.
Samuel.
Sauce.
I gotta get that.
The ube waffle flavor is
I gotta get that. Hold on, let me send this to myself. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to deviate, you know. Yeah, they trying to take us
on
out.
top of this already crunchy, can't tell the difference between real meat, fake meat chicken. Lord, what the?
Yeah, I had to send this to myself. When you got brothers talking about something is good like that, yeah, you got to tap into that. So I'm sorry. Let me get on back.
Oh my God.
Okay, let me get back.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I got to get over there. They making me hungry. Hold on. So listen, there's this fight. Hold on, let me get to the mama. Let me get to the cheerleader. I'm already over here.
Now, y'all, since Megan Metcalf and Jeff Metcalf, the mom and dad of Austin Metcalf, who you see right here, and Hunter Metcalf can't take responsibility or at least own up and say, yes, my children were bullies, or yes, my son Hunter is a bully. It just seems like that the public has to hold these people accountable because everybody thinks they're just so, oh, they're just so angels. No, they're not. They are bullies. Someone needs to take responsibility. So if you guys are not going to take responsibility,
Yeah,
we're
that's
going
what
to
you
make you
raised.
take responsibility. You may not have known this, but there was an email sent to some coaches by some cheerleaders about what Austin and Hunter Metcalf said and did to them after a game at Raising Cane's. Now, from my understanding, these cheerleaders are cheerleaders from Memorial High School. Apparently, this night, Memorial High School lost badly against Liberty High School.
They was
And
trash.
it seems like the Metcalf boys did not like what the cheerleaders had to say. Coaches, the other cheerleaders and I have tried to make an effort to stay supportive and spirited throughout the football season. However, the disrespect we feel coming from some of the football players is making it very difficult. Today, after our game against Liberty, some of us cheerleaders in uniform went to Cane's. While talking amongst ourselves about the loss, Hunter Metcalf stood up and yelled that my friend and fellow varsity cheerleader is a, quote, fat bitch, end quote. I don't understand what triggers his rages, but to yell this unprovoked made us all really upset. It was
Rages.
incredibly embarrassing
He
for my
meant
friend as everyone in Cane's looked at her and started laughing. We see the Metcalfs act out time and time again, but we trust that there is repercussions or some sort of consequence so
Time
we
and
stay out
time
of it.
again.
Before it now to be directed towards one of the people that shows up to every game to support and cheer them on is astounding to me. After they left Cane's, one of the other football players told us that Hunter said his, quote, hands were bisexual, end quote, implying that he would not only hit guys, but also girls. She is not only embarrassed, but genuinely
Bisexual
scared,
hands, just
especially
like
after
his
seeing
daddy.
the way he can act on the field. I'm only coming to you because I feel that you should be aware that he is acting like this in public places, which is not good for our school's representation and is discouraging us to keep cheering them on. I'm sorry for having to even come to you about this, but after tonight, it truly feels like it's getting out of hand. I recognize that he may be upset that we lost, but there's no justification for the way he treated my friend tonight. I will also appreciate for my name to stay confidential as I fear what they would do if they knew. Thank you. So earlier this week, Megan was on TikTok Live. She was on this panel and they asked her about that email. They can't even take responsibility for their own children's actions.
Nope.
Just always got to find an excuse for something.
Always.
Shut the fuck up and take responsibility for these thugs that you and Jeff laid
Here,
down.
Billy ass.
If you know anything about the cheerleader email, we kind of talked to Brandon about it a little bit. He didn't go into
This is
too much
Megan
detail
Metcalf.
because of
Metcalf
his.
boys, men.
He just said like kids were disciplined, and that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, the incident was that we had played Frisco Liberty that night and lost, and we should have beat them because they hadn't won a game in like 3 years.
Should have.
So, you know,
They was
the
trash.
whole football team was frustrated and upset, and Austin and Hunter were physically upset even at the game. Like, they got in trouble from the coaches because, like, Austin threw his helmet. Hunter was the one that who's kind of more of like he would get more upset about things. He
No
went back on the
self-control.
field to finish the game. Austin was like, I'm done. He was just, there was only like 2 minutes left. He was just pissed. He was just in one of those moods. But after the game was over, him and Hunter and I know for sure one other kid who was an offensive lineman went to Cane's to eat. The girls apparently were talking about the game and making comments about how crappy our team was. And
Piss poor.
Hunter, more than likely said something nasty to one of them.
Oh.
Because that's how he
Always
approaches
saying
things. And
somebody.
Austin just went over and was like, man, I don't understand why you guys got to be like that. Like, we're upset that we lost, and this is how you're not going to support us. So there was not like a physical altercation. It was more of verbal of like, you guys are assholes for not, you're supposed to be Frisco Memorial supporters, and you're acting like we're shit. Mm-hmm. And you're cheerleaders on top of that. So fast forward to the email that was sent. From what I understand, the coach had talked to Austin and Hunter about just what happened on the field the night before, and then the coach had sent the email, and Coach Jackson, who was our head football coach, actually told them, if you have a problem, you need to go to the police because it was off campus. And there was nothing he's going to do because it was off campus.
When will y'all come out and admit that these were bullies? Why didn't you go to the police and say, hey, we believe Karmelo Anthony? This is why Karmelo Anthony's case is very important. These boys had a history of bullying people.
And there was nothing he's going to do because it was off campus.
Bisexual hands.
So nothing came of it other than, yes, there was a talking to. And again, I go back to the original fact. Austin would never disrespect a girl per se. Hunter. He could have some choice words for someone who was going to be disrespecting him. I'm just going to be completely frank. That's just how he is. They were identical twins, but they were two completely different type of children. But the end result, nothing happened in that regard. And then I actually asked someone here recently, you know, how it got leaked or whatever, how the email had gotten out to all these people or whatever. And someone had mentioned more than likely it was a mom that was just pissed off.
Let me know in the comments what y'all think about this. What's up, Beat Mob? This your boy Gerald with the NCBs. Now, y'all,
he was a racist too.
Megan Metcalf
until he realized that who he was campaigning for. Metcalf. You know, I'm beginning to think, Pressure, you one of them type people that's getting money to go against everything. You always come in opposite. You know, you just never, you know, so always on for the underdogs or whatever. I think they pay you to come over here and change the narrative. And I wish you would stop. I really wish you would stop because I'm beginning to look at you different. Yeah, he wasn't real. So you saying there shouldn't be no civil rights? You saying Martin Luther King shouldn't have never marched? You on that fucking bandwagon? Yeah, but the shit you say, it be stupid sometimes, and you think you smart, and I don't like it because I thought you was trolling. Now I think you serious. So now I'm looking at you different. I just want to be honest with you. Charlie Kirk wasn't too real, and yeah, okay. You can be so disrespectful to black people. Yeah, so here y'all. I'm gonna show y'all where he was teaching. Why didn't they show us these pictures of these badass kids that the mama can't even control? You know, yeah. These kids was raised to be the bullies that they are, and they take black niggas to come over here and co-sign that shit with these white ass KKK. Yeah. And one of them gonna pop your ass, and I'm gonna tell your wife and kids and stuff, oh, this is what he would have wanted. He loved this type shit. Yeah, that's what you are. You are Uncle Tom. Yeah. Oh, and I'm beginning not to. Yeah. Listen, y'all. This is what he taught his kids early on. Early on. Yeah. Them kids don't look no more than six years old. But he got them out there in the woods and shit. Yeah, I can't. Yeah. This is what he about. Yeah. He getting these kids up here to be able to take down big people. Not let alone the little ones. And he said his hands is bisexual. He'll beat the shit out of girls too. He'll beat the shit out of girls too. Come on. Yeah, he bigger than this one. Beat his nigga's ass. So when they had them pictures last year, yeah, look at them out there in the wilderness. Camouflaged all up. And yeah, you a snake. That's you, Pressure, right here. That's you right here, Pressure. Yeah. Hold on, I got one. It's a fight that they say that this is these boys fighting, beating the crap out of somebody and listening to the rage. Is this it? Oh, that's that mic. Hold on. I gotta. Oh no, that's not. Hold on, let me get to it. You know, I be saving so much stuff. Did you know? Let me listen to you. Secret Service.
Anthony update, and if you haven't heard, Megan Metcalf, the mother of the twins, was on a live verifying that the email that came from the cheerleaders,
she said it was leaked,
about how the twins called them the B word, were being very disrespectful after a game that they lost. She said, look, the boys could get very hot-headed. They could get very upset when the team was losing. It sounds reminiscent of Karmelo allegedly.
Oh, y'all, is this new video footage of it?
These boys.
See, I told y'all a long time ago that Karmelo was up under the tent first. People, they was already there. Nah, and I knew that. I knew that from last year. That they came, he was already sitting back there talking. And that, because it was the black guy whose daughters ran track, who confirmed last year that they jumped him. They jumped him, and he said that the boy was sitting up under the tent talking to one of the guys from the school. So it had came out last year that one of the guys that was under the tent that he was sitting there talking to went to Memorial. Yeah, but I imagine that they came and sat down because he said he turned around and asked him, "Who are you?" This video footage I saw, they came in. When they came in on a vengeance, and Karmelo was already sitting. It never showed Austin sitting down. It showed Austin confronting him. Yeah. Let me find this fight. Let me find this fight.
Karmelo's new defense team is on their job.
No, I don't want that one. Yeah. They could have showed us these videos long before now. Yeah. They didn't want us to know. Where is that fight? Let me get back over here, because there's a whole fight. And I mean, they was kicking and cussing and calling them the N-word. Who is Carson Young? They saying Carson Young is the one who dumped some stuff in the trash. Who is Carson Young? Carson Young, his name is not being talked about, but he was there, and he's been at the family functions. They're saying he is the one who was digging in the trash. There's a possibility that he is the one that was digging in the trash, and he gave something to the coach. And I'm beginning to think that that knife that they had, I don't even want to think all these other people was involved. But who is Carson? What did he throw in the trash? So they're saying the person who threw something in the trash, there was two people who put something in the trash. I'm going to get to it, y'all. But they are saying one of them is Carson Young. And he's the one that was running fast. Who is Carson Young? Cause see, this is the part of the cover up. This is the part of the cover up. Remember when I told y'all that they were saving Frisco, they were saving Frisco ISD, they are saving the football team, they are saving the coach. Yeah, they because it was a whole fucking setup, a whole cover up. Who is Carson Young? I'm trying to get back. Who is Carson Young? We cannot forget about Carson Young. He's being lost in the sauce because of Eddie. But we can't forget him. Okay? Okay, good people. Let's go. Oh, yeah, I need this one too. See, these are the people who jumped him with Eddie. Hanging out with the aggressive Metcalf boys. They have my back and I will always have theirs. Couldn't ask for better people in life. Carson, he's the issue. He was part of the 5 people who walked in. Did he get a scholarship too? Yeah, we got to stay woke. Okay, let me get back. I'll try to find that fight. Because they was kicking the dog crap out of somebody. So let me get on back over here. So let me play this.
Dance is more than just using your body. So much of dance is...
Yeah, I need to go out because I need to be able to show y'all some bags.
Okay guys, let's quickly jump into this video because there is some information that I feel like we are glossing over. I want to kind of stay in this specific area because the information and the content that I'm going to... The actual fight under the tent where we actually see multiple people fighting in what looks like, and it has to be Karmelo in the middle, and that he was surrounded. And we know why, because somehow he got out of there and he ran.
Facts.
I want y'all to listen to this piece too, because somebody told me this, and I'm going to present this a little bit later. What if Karmelo was the fall guy, but not the target? Think about this. When I watched those,
I think he was both.
The first thing came to my mind. I know when I was bad as hell, I was terrible, especially when I was a teen.
Y'all hit the like button.
Into my 20s,
if it's 40 people in here, I need for it to have 40 likes.
But when we would beat people up, we would make sure that our targets never got away. And if they did, we would know. What you guys saw in video evidence, for instance, this video right here, the target, if the target was Karmelo, how is it that he got away, ran away, and they did not even notice that he was gone? So it would lead me to think, possibly, just possibly, he was the fall guy and not the target. The way that this was planned out, it seems like it was premeditated.
I think he was the fall guy and he was the target. Now, that's just my opinion based on everything that I've heard so far. I just think that while they was trying to get him, that he was too quick. I think his quickness made the poke go to Austin. That's just my opinion.
On the side of them damn kids. Now, this is what I
Two
want to
people
present
threw
to you
something in the
guys
trash.
for this video. For one, Karmelo was not the aggressor. It's like we've been pulling teeth trying to get the conclusivity of these videos. What I mean is you're seeing a video angle from here. You're seeing it from here. But what they're not showing us is them walking in. As they walk in, what's going on? There is a reason why we are not seeing this information. Okay? We've talked about systematic racism. This is exactly what this is. A bunch of individuals coming together to oppress information. If Karmelo did this, we would not be trying to pull teeth to get the damn proof. True. Get into this video. Now, I showed you guys this yesterday or the day before. I don't recall at this particular time. But I want you guys to pay attention to the video. It was stated that Karmelo was sitting down, and the lie they told is that he did not want to move out of a seat. They did not know him, is the lie that they told. I believe we have pretty much dispelled those lies. But what I want you guys to understand is Karmelo was targeted as he walked in from what we see.
Right.
And let's just get into it.
I make this up. Free Karmelo Anthony. Yes, I have dropped the video of Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf entering the stadium. Everybody seen this video, clear video. Now, yes, you cannot make this up. There is more video of Hunter Metcalf as they walk into the stadium. Y'all see that? He runs past Austin Metcalf. This is Hunter Metcalf. He runs past Austin Metcalf straight up to Karmelo Anthony. Look at this.
Now, that is them walking in. Remember, they showed us this. And I kept saying, well, where's the rest of the video? Okay, they're showing them come in, and then it cuts to them sitting under this tent. And I said, no, ma'am, no, sir. Where are them how are they walking to the tent? Don't show me them coming in and then sitting down. Because in this video, we see them coming in, and then we're going
Hunter
to
is
see
the
them somehow meet up with Karmelo.
Fast walking.
Remember, the Lioness boy said he didn't know Karmelo, but then he did not testify on the stand, which told us a lot that there was some shit that he was hiding. He did not know Karmelo, and Karmelo just didn't want to move, and therefore Karmelo just got up and started whacking his brother. That is a lie, okay? Let's get into this video.
That's Hunter. Austin.
Now Hunter runs up from the back. He runs up to third place. When they walk up, you'll see the two in front branch off, as Hunter is the one that goes up and confronts Karmelo Anthony first.
You know, we need to research and see who 2025 out of Frisco, out of all the schools, I'm willing to bet you the Karmelo Anthony was up at the top in Frisco ISD. Who had better stats overall that was better than Karmelo Anthony? I bet you he was probably the top. Because I think that they was finna go and beat him up, probably hurt him, and poke him.
Austin is in the back.
So Karmelo's already up under the tent. So when people lying and saying that the Metcalfs were already there, no, I knew that last year. Karmelo's already up under there.
Now, basically, what you learned is they showed us them walking in. Now, basically, what you learned is they showed us them walking.
Austin is in the back. Now,
Walking right here. The only drugs I see are bullies.
Now, basically, what you learned is they showed us them walking in. We didn't see that walk
Hunter approached them
until they got
first.
to this tent. But the reason, guys, why they're not showing you this is because this is all a conspiracy. Now, I know good old black folks, we hate conspiracies, but you need to understand is there's
hate the
always a
lies.
conspiracy against a person that look like us, okay? So we have to accept it for what it is. What you all need to understand, and I said this in a previous video, this is a concerted effort by all of these people to put this innocent black boy in prison. Well, they've done that. But they want him to stay in there because they want to cover up who the true person was that committed this crime. And we ain't standing for it.
Absolutely.
The Attorney General, this is why, too, it's so important that we all vote. But you people in Dallas, I need you to get in Texas, get your mama, your baby mamas, all of them, your boyfriends, all of your boyfriends, your cousin, uncles, your friends, your enemies. Y'all need to vote. Because the Attorney General signed whatever he signed, but he is still trying to suppress this video. You
seal
remember
everything.
The original video, and I've had people on my show that actually saw the original video. Remember, people could go see the video. Well, the Attorney General now has stepped in and said the school can no longer show that video. Why is the Attorney General stepping in to suppress a video when all they need to do is show it to the people?
And he's been found guilty of it.
Trying to do some more editing to the video.
Yeah.
So this is why I have been doing interviews with people, and I don't care if they go on 99 platforms. Mine can be the 100th, because at the end of the day, we're going to keep getting this message out.
Yeah, I said that last year.
Karmelo Anthony.
It's just see what's happening is these people who are jumping on it now didn't cover it when it first happened. I covered it when it first happened. So some of the stuff they saying, it's like they late to the party. Even that other guy, Breezy, he did. It's some stuff I heard him say he didn't know, and I'm like, how y'all didn't know this? How you didn't already know that? That they had cut them off from looking at the video, because they new to the party. And so they giving these different scenarios. It's like, no, that's not how that went. But these Uncle Tom ass people who should already know, going along with, oh no, the Metcalfs was there first. No, they were not. No, they wasn't. It's a lot of stuff that they're saying. It's like, oh, I didn't even know it was this. I didn't even know it was that. I didn't know that it was the yeah. Yeah.
Innocent black boy was received 35 years because he didn't commit a crime. I don't care what the jury said. They got it wrong. Keep in mind, guys.
They got what exactly what they planned to get.
And somebody said the jury was dumb, okay? Because you can tell me the things that I can look in at or whatever the evidence they present, but you have to find him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I feel like that jury didn't give a damn, okay? They didn't care. And because his lackluster as attorney who needs to be in prison did not advocate for him, it went as it did. Now, you guys saw what looked like to be Hunter Metcalf pressing Karmelo. In his interview, he said something to the tune, my brother is pretty much down for me even though when I'm wrong.
Right.
Yeah, your brother was down for you in this particular instance.
Now
why your brother ain't here anymore.
Yeah.
So I want us to not forget, because this was the basis of their bogus ass claim, is that Karmelo was the aggressor. I don't know how Karmelo ended to be the aggressor, But I understand because this is what they have always done to black people. We make them the aggressor. We make them everything. Although the twins have a record of doing these things.
Facts.
And also,
Somebody's gonna say he should have took that butt whooping. You crazy as hell.
Has a record for doing something else too.
Like his daddy.
Y'all know what I mean.
Like his daddy.
Go straight up into the gap. You see that? Those are the ones that
went straight up to him.
The two branches off. Hunter goes up and is the one that confronts Karmelo.
Okay, keep in mind, guys, we just saw Karmelo.
Hunter started it, like I have always said.
They have planned this because what they did is you go here, you're going to go and get him on that end, you're going to go here, you're going to get him on that end. So therefore it's like this. He can't move. He can't go this way or that way. Remember, you saw him go that way, which was backwards. That was his only way out. Karmelo is smart, okay? And this is why these is mad, okay? They're mad.
Yep, they thought it was going to go away.
Karmelo was on track to, I believe they said 26 scholarship.
30.
These were a bunch of bitter, mad people. And, you know, they set out to do something to him. But I want you guys to have an open mind because I'm also...
Everybody that's in here, hit the like button.
Because this was carefully
I can be someplace else right now.
The fact that Karmelo got away and they didn't...
Hit the like button. I ain't finna be hollering. I'm just gonna exit. I don't know what y'all think this is. I'll wait. If you don't like it, leave. I don't care. Get the likes up. I don't care if it's 10 people in here. I need the likes to match. And only one person has hit the like button. Okay. Thank you.
See him get away makes me think. Also, thinking of another narrative, because this was carefully planned out. And the fact that Karmelo got away and they didn't see him get away makes me think, who was the real target here?
Yeah, they was poking. They was still poking.
Where Austin comes up and he goes around to the left side of Anthony.
I know y'all seen it. Yes, he is pressing Carmelo Anthony. You cannot make this up. It is real ugly, as witnesses said that Austin Metcalf said something first. You are watching.
Yeah.
You are watching.
Now, we can't believe those lying-ass witnesses, but what we do is we take what makes sense and we believe that. The rest of it, we throw it in the trash where they need to be. They said, and this is, everybody said it, I don't know, it could have been a few people that we know that they lie, and they said that Austin actually, or I'm sorry, they could have said Hunter. I think initially it started to be Hunter, but then they moved it to say Austin.
See, she didn't cover it last year. She she didn't cover it last year.
It is clear video of the same video. Everybody's seeing it. It's a little clearer. This one is a little what they must show it in there. But there's more video as we see news drop the video, and their video was pretty clear. Now I need that video of yes. You cannot make this up. It's going down in the real way. Free Carmelo Anthony, new trial, because they said Hunter Metcalf said in his interview. Go back to his interview. It says everything. It's exactly how Hunter says.
I've been saying that.
Goes. He acknowledged first. My brother got my back right from wrong. Yes, you can see Austin Metcalf.
He got aggressive and he grabbed the bag.
Yes, Carmelo Anthony. Right behind as he pressed Carmelo Anthony. You cannot make this up. It's going down in the real way. Yes, they saying Carmelo's gonna be away for 35 years. Man, if y'all don't want that. Y'all don't want him to be away for 35 years, not get released in 35 years, because Austin Metcalf will be in the league for 35 years. This mom can't handle it. This boy, Hunter Metcalf, is a little demon that kid. You cannot make this up. He is Optimus Prime turned into Megatron. He's a straight Decepticon. You cannot make this up. He's a toxic. He's a biohazard. He is not the Metcalf's favorite child. I know this for a fact. They are looking at him inside his head, even though they want to show it to the world. They are looking at him like, you got our child eliminated.
Right, it's his fault.
Favorite child. They can't stand Hunter. Yes, Austin Metcalf is a good brother. I'm gonna tell you that. He's a good brother because he's still behind his brother, right from wrong.
He was the menace.
I want to show you guys something else because I want you to understand when those witnesses, well, I don't know if I want to call them witnesses, but the individuals that went to Frisco ISD to see those videos were clear, very clear.
Very.
If you don't believe me, I'm going to show you.
Very clear.
A few. Here's one. Here's one right here. You can see this video clear, right? This is one of their videos. You see how clear it is? You can literally almost see their faces. You know if they're white or black. If you were familiar with them, you could probably call out their names. Do y'all see how clear that video is?
Yeah, they got clear video.
Everything that they did this with intent.
To cover for Austin and Eddie and
pretty much
Carson or Casey or whatever his name is.
That was the aggressor, and somehow, as he stated, my brother always comes in to help me.
He did what he always do. Yep.
What we have learned is that these boys had a history of doing other things to other people, and I want to kind of get into that.
Thing about the cheerleader email, we kind of talked to Brandon about it a little bit. He didn't go into too much detail because of his, and he just said like, kids were disciplined, and that's
So the incident was that we had played Frisco Liberty that night and lost, and we should have beat them because they hadn't won a game in like 3 years. So the whole football team was frustrated and upset, and Austin and Hunter were physically upset even at the game. Like they got in trouble from the coaches because like Austin threw his helmet. Hunter was the one who's kind of more of like he would get more upset about things. He went back out on the field and finished the game. Austin was like, I'm done. He was just, there was only like 2 minutes left and he was just pissed. He was just in one of those moods. But after the game was over, him and Hunter and I know for sure one other kid who was an offensive lineman went to Cane's to eat. And I'm going to be honest with you, the cheerleaders, I love the girls, I wasn't a fan of the coach because
It's always
as
making excuses for
a
these
coach myself, I
badass
was a volleyball
thugs.
coach for a long time. You want to encourage your kids to
Not be bullies.
encourage the other teams and all those kind of things. And I felt like our cheerleaders,
They was that bad.
like,
Kitty is a cheer coach. She's a cheer
what's the point?
Yeah.
What's the, like, they were just like, what's the point? This is, you know, our team's trash, this kind of thing. And the girls apparently were talking about the game and making comments about how crappy our team was. And Hunter, more than likely said something
More
nasty
than likely
to one of them, because that's how he approaches things. And Austin, just when everyone was like, man, I don't understand why you guys got to be like that. Like, we're upset that we lost, and this is how you're not even going to support us. So there was not like a physical altercation. It was more of verbal, of like, you guys are assholes for not, you know, you're supposed to be First School Memorial supporters, and you're acting like we're shit. Mm-hmm. And you're cheerleaders on top of that. So fast forward.
So they deserve to be cussed out by her kids.
From what I understand, the coach had talked to Austin and Hunter about
Indy.
just what happened on the field the night before, and then the coach had sent the email, and Coach Jackson, who was our head football coach, actually
coaches is scared of their asses.
If you have a problem, you need to go to the police, because it was off campus, and there was nothing he's going to do because it was off campus. So nothing came of it other than, yes, there was a talking to. And again, I go back to the original fact, Austin would never disrespect a girl per se. Hunter, he could have some choice words for someone who was going to be disrespecting him.
Y'all heard that right.
Out his mama's mouth.
I'm just going to be completely frank. That's just how he is. They were identical twins, but they were two completely different type of children. But
bullies. She know they bullies.
Nothing happened in that regard.
Identical.
She know, at least know Hunter one and his brother Batson.
And then I actually asked someone here recently, you know, how it got leaked or whatever, how the email had gotten out to all these people or whatever, and someone had mentioned more than likely it was a mom.
He wants. Okay, so that just gives us some insight into Hunter's behavior. And frankly, they both were, allegedly had some behavioral issues. Okay, so I don't think none of us at this point believe that those were good kids. Now, what you guys need to understand, okay, is although they are young adults, they get their behavior from their parents. Now, what we have saw from Jeff Metcalf is he ain't nothing but a damn liar, okay? Amongst other things, amongst that record that everybody is allegedly saying, and I believe it because
he got that essay
into it,
sealed.
Law enforcement, okay?
Nope.
A record that is sealed is one that you can't see. I don't know why y'all don't seem to understand that. That is why it's considered sealed, because it's sealed. And if it existed, you would not know, because there's no way that you can get it. Now, I want y'all to take into consideration what type of person Hunter is, okay? Because we're going to make the conclusion or draw the conclusion of exactly who Hunter is based on who his father is.
Right.
It's not easy. God doesn't say that. God says there's going to be trials and tribulations. God says there's going to be people out there who will deceive you.
You're one of them.
People out there, I mean, if we want to go back Old Testament, eye for an eye, Sodom and Gomorrah, turn to stone, man lays with a man, you die. I mean, this is all your personal choices. It's none of my business. I stay in my lane. Just don't come in my lane with your... I respect everyone until they disrespect me. I've been disrespected by so many people, so many times, while I had to sit here and take it. I'm going to tell you right now, Charleston White, you think you're funny? We'll see who's laughing. Drew Anthony, you're a and a cop.
Interesting.
Kayla, you drunk.
You drunk B.
So everything he's saying about them is him.
But you guys see the character of this is a father, and this is how he conducts himself. Keep in mind, the people that he's cursing out, they had nothing to do with anything as it related to.
But they good people. He don't like the fact that they good people.
What'd you do to
I
that
came
boy to
in
make
and
him
saw
stab
message
somebody?
hell.
My God, what
Thought
kind
it
of mother
was
are you?
What did you
Hey,
do
me.
to that boy to make him stab somebody? When we, at this point, feel like Karmelo could not have stabbed this boy, because even as you watch the video, Karmelo had hit it out the back and had went, and it seems to me that that was the perfect time for them to enact
Somebody
their plan, whatever that was.
poked him,
Because
trying
I don't
to poke
understand
Karmelo.
how Karmelo was out. Once Karmelo exited, you saw those boys still fighting. And I was confused because I said, are they now fighting each other?
Right.
And that is what it appeared to me. I want y'all to understand. And this is why I had originally said, kind of have an open mind. Okay? Because if you set out to jump somebody, kick somebody, it's you and your friends, they are the target, right?
Milton loves rocks, so he bought the rocks domain name.
So when they was in there still swinging and stuff, they was trying to poke Karmelo.
The target gets away. Something about that does not add up. And this is why I say this. Was Karmelo the fall guy?
He both.
Yet
He's
not
both.
the target. I want y'all to keep
Listen, Lakeisha, I hear you. Carmelo Anthony was the target and he was the fall guy. He's the fall guy because Carmelo was quicker than that. And he had already got out and they was still poking and swinging. And that's how he got poked by somebody from Memorial. What are you talking about, Pressure? What are you talking about now? You don't see haters. Who called Pressure a hater? What is he talking about?
You f***ing liar. Day after it happened. How many lies did you sit and type up on your keyboard, you big keyboard warrior?
Is that the pot calling the kettle? Because this man, he lies
big
so
hypocrite.
much, I haven't even been able to do any.
And it blow my mind
that
that people stand behind this foolishness.
So frustrating and hate-filled.
Big tough man. You still live in Baton Rouge?
But, oh, you know, these kids need to walk away and they need to, well, you got this grown-ass daddy. Again, like I said, the men can't do what they expect for these boys to do. Because that's how y'all raise these sap suckers. Yeah, so he calling for a fucking fight. But he walk around with assault rifles on his shirts. He's a lure. He got assault rifles and shit all on his shirts. He took his kids hunting, hell, while they still in fucking elementary. Yeah, you sound dumb as fuck.
Remember you said you'd come to Frisco, Brody? You're supposed to find me. I told you we could sit down and talk.
Now, the commentary that he just gave, that is...
And y'all saying, well, you know, they both wrong. No, they ain't. One followed the law and the other one didn't. Yeah. And y'all sound dumb as fuck trying to make excuses for what happened. And there's a whole cover-up. A whole cover-up.
I'll whoop yo. You know, similar to his son.
Exactly.
Okay?
That's where they get it from.
They did. So this is gay. That is.
You like him because he admired Charlie Kirk and you was all up in Charlie Kirk ass.
I'll whoop yo. You know, similar to his sons. Okay. This is what they did.
Yeah, he a racist.
So this is where they get it from. If you show me your child's parents or your young adult
and you can see where they got it from.
I got it now. I understand everything. This is how he acts.
That's all you do. Talk, Mr. Squeaky Clean. He's the only one in your
See,
family without a damn record.
hate the fact that they good people. He hate the fact that they don't have a record. So because they don't have a record, or you're the only one in your family who don't have a record, but you got one too. You just got yours sealed because you one of the good old boys. You one of them Trump boys. You're a MAGA. Yeah. Yeah. Bottom line. Your shit is sealed. You're an SAer too.
Again,
just like Trump
a
now.
man that calls, calling a kettle black because you got yours, what is that word, sealed. I mean, bruh. So we don't want to admit that. Just stop talking about people records because, if I was convicted of a crime, one that I don't ever want to be convicted of is messing with a child, okay?
I guess that's something to brag about in your culture.
Who getting blocked?
The racist comment, that's something to brag about in your culture. Well, we know what you brag about in your culture. Messing with them children. Leave them kids alone.
You people hang your hat on the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
There we go. Racist again. You people, this is where they got it from.
Watermelon man. Now we know where that come from. It's political. Smear black people. Shame black people.
Let me make something racist up to you and go viral. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy I was trying to portray. How about
good boy? He hates to hear good boy.
How's that one strike yet?
Hate to hear good boy.
Now, I want you guys to know this. This is something that I learned later. Go look up what the term watermelon felon means and what it... No, look up the association. You will learn that it is associated with a cartoon. That particular cartoon, this particular episode that he is referencing Karmelo as a watermelon felon. But if you do research on that actual phrase, that is associated with a cartoon. I can't remember the cartoon specific episode, but what they did in that episode is they wrongfully set somebody up. So while we thought the watermelon felon was racist, which it is, it also
about setting somebody up.
Something that is he telling on himself, because this stuff is starting to get a little weird.
I hope he enjoyed his first night in that cell last night, because he's going to have many nights to think about what the he did.
I hope he enjoyed his first night in that.
But he won't ever say nothing about his son putting his hands on Karmelo first. He won't ever say anything about. That's why they don't want you to see up under that tent, because it was Hunter who started it. But we've been knowing that. I knew it. I've talked about it. Only difference is I thought he was sitting down and turned around based off of what he said. No, he came in from over at that other school talking to the coaches, got a text, got word, the old boy over there saying what everybody else been saying, that y'all was trash ass. He came storming over. He felt disrespected, and he came over there, hopped on them bleachers, and confronted him. They didn't want us to be able to see that. Nor that they want us to be able to see that they throwing shit in the trash.
I'm going to tell y'all what that means, okay? This man is sick. He's a sick MF. I mean, I don't think they get any sicker than this.
Yeah, the ones who making excuses for them putting the boy away and acting like they all should have, they just, keep your fucking hands to yourself. And your son would have lived to see another day. Stand your ground is the law in Texas. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you have to say. I don't care about none of that. Keep your hands to yourself. That's what you should have taught your sons. But you're a racist. You're a racist. You're a KKK of Frisco.
They tried to send Karmelo Anthony to a prison that his dog ass, brother works at. But Carmelo has an army, okay, that don't play about
Yes.
him. We see
And so
what
all
you
these
did to
clapping
him,
cheeks
and
and
we ain't
something
standing for
happening
it. So
to him, you know, they still running off of he at the Metcalf's prison, where the warden is the Metcalf. Thank God they saw what was happening and moved him. He never even made it there. They detoured him before he even got there. Thank you, Lord, for seeing and knowing. You're all seeing and you all knowing. There's a lesson that we all gonna learn when it's all said and done. You're gonna keep your hands to yourself. And all of these cover-ups, that's MAGA, making America great again, they're being exposed. Now the judge is requiring them to release the unredacted, release the Epstein files unredacted. It's time to make a change. And we are the people who can do it. Sing along with me. It's time. Time to make a change. We are the people who can do it. Yeah, let's go.
Carmelo never made it to that prison. So he's joking about this because he set out to have something to happen to Carmelo. And I said this on my video yesterday.
Who is
the
Dexter?
hole you dig
What
for
is
others,
going on, y'all?
dig one for yourself. This guy should be very careful because what I done learned about Carmelo
I thought
is that
Dexter
God
was
don't
here
play
yesterday.
about him, okay? You people need to pump your brakes, okay? You just buried your son. You're opening the door for all this negativity, and you know you're gonna
Hunter next. Hunter Carson.
I forgave him, so I don't carry the hate.
Oh, you
Okay,
do. You ain't forget him. You lying.
Here we go with the lies. So he says that he forgave him. Again, the purpose of this particular part of this
he
video,
was here.
I want to show you guys
How long did you
the
time him
different
out for?
behaviors that the father has. This is where these kids got it from. This is not something that just came over them. They're filthy because their father is filthy, and I believe so is their mammy. Okay. Now, what we have learned from this piece of white trash is that he's a racist. Okay, you don't believe me? Believe this.
White person for every fucking thing else. We're the bad ones.
How long was he timed
Guess
out?
what? You can do everything in America that I can do. Tell me one thing you can't do that I can't do. We all have equal rights. What's it say? All men are created equal. The First Amendment protects free speech. I'm for it. Free speech doesn't guarantee you safety. Perfect example. Charlie Kirk, a man who I admired, looked up to. You know why? Because he could fight with words and logic. He didn't need fists, guns, or knives. No. He sat down and talked with you. How do you solve any situation when there's a problem? Communication. Charlie was an expert.
Well, your kids don't communicate. You didn't teach that shit to your kids while you over here admiring Charlie Kirk. That ain't what you taught your kids. I'm just trying to see how long was he timed out. Was he timed out for the day or for minutes? Now you admire somebody that you didn't even teach your kids to do. Your kids can't talk and communicate. The hell you talking about? Carmelo Anthony said we cool as long as you don't put your hands on me. And your kids didn't respect that. Fuck you talking about? You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. You're a liar.
Fight with words and logic. He didn't need fists, guns, or knives. No. He sat down and talked with you. How do you solve?
So you are admiring somebody and you teaching your kids totally opposite. Oh my God. And the truth to the matter is your sons and your homeboy, their homeboys put something in the trash. They had knives there too. How did they put their tent up without a weapon? Lock-half. Your name is Lock-half. Because you're a liar. You're a liar.
Charlie Kirk, a man who I admired, looked up to. You know why? Because he could fight with words and logic. He didn't need
Yes,
guns
pressure.
or knives.
I agree.
He sat down and talked with you. How do you solve any situation when there's a problem? Communication. Charlie was an expert. That's one person, I admit.
I'm not sure what this means because if somebody put a knife on me, so I'm just going to sit there and try to resolve this. Let's just communicate and resolve this.
No, 4 or 5
I would not want
boys.
to debate. He was a walking chat GPT. He's an asshole. Or he's the greatest guy who gives you the shirt off his back. So they both can be right. Because I give what you get. Or what you give to me, I'll give you back. So, am I racist? Yeah.
Yeah.
What you give to me, I
Yeah.
give it back. I
He
don't
said,
see
yeah,
anybody on
he's a
here making
racist.
a video calling him a wet dog, or spewing racist epithets. I don't know if y'all, did y'all see it? His children or young adults, they get it from they pappy.
I'm racist against assholes. I don't like them.
Yeah.
I'm racist against a-holes. Well, see, you can only be racist against people if you are racist. Now, I guess a better way to say that is I'm an a-hole against an a-hole, but he used the term racist because when referring to himself, because he's telling you exactly who he is.
I could care less about the color of your skin. We all bleed the same color.
Well, we know, more lies. So this is what I want y'all to understand. And this is what I want you guys to leave this video with, okay? You need to understand that based on this video right here, we know that Hunter, we're going to rewind it, Hunter accosted Karmelo, okay? This was before they even sat down. On the way to wherever Karmelo was going to sit, Hunter was running up to him saying, we don't know what he was saying. Now, some people will say, why did Karmelo never say anything? Listen, when you have an attorney, you do what your attorneys say. You can't just stand up in court and start talking. So, the fact that Karmelo did not take the stand, y'all got to understand this was the strategy of his legal counsel. We know now that it was a setup. The reason that they are withholding these videos, and now the Attorney General has gotten involved, because Karmelo didn't do this. He didn't do it. Karmelo was not the aggressor. Video proof shows that Hunter started this shit, okay? Hunter, as I said in my previous video, Hunter Metcalf is definitely responsible. If you go to Hunter's Instagram, just check it out and just, look at it. It looks weird. He has posts of things that people have said about him. Why are these folks monitoring social media so heavily? Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments. Also, guys, I need you to make sure you are liking the video. That is simple. What you're going to do is
Okay, so hold on. So last year, this was I don't remember if she's a paralegal, if she was an attorney. I don't remember what she was, but last year she popped out on this case. And I remember
I showed
that's not the one I
you
want.
that somebody had manipulated.
And last year she was bringing up Hunter. And I just ran across this and I was like, this is her. This is her. Because last year it was already broke down. It's like the dad who had 2 girls that ran track. He had already told him it was a group of them that jumped him. He was already sitting there. People act like they don't remember, but I remember. And then I mentioned that Hunter started it. And it was some things that was said last year. And this trial lawyer, talked about charges on Hunter last year. Let's go. Let's go. Let's
Felony
just
murder.
7 steps to felony murder for Hunter, fat face ass. This was last year. See, so what has happened is, you know, all the talks and discussion on social media allows them the opportunity to come up with avenues because they get the mindset of the people. So, because I remember kept saying they need to charge Hunter. Hunter got his brother killed. Hunter got his brother killed. And so let's listen to her from last year.
For Hunter Metcalf, for the death of his brother Austin Metcalf at the hands of Karmelo Anthony, these are the steps that I would take to get there. Nobody is talking about this. Okay, so the doctrine that I'm talking about is the felony murder doctrine, which in Texas comes out of the criminal homicide statute, right? It is a particular application of the criminal homicide statute, okay? And basically, what the felony murder doctrine says is that if 2 or more people commit a felony and a death happens in the course of committing that felony,
they don't want to talk about this.
Everybody involved can be liable for that death, regardless of whether
here's the reason for the cover-up,
regardless of whether they're the one who actually did the killing. And this is what's really interesting.
Hold on, let me change my title.
Interesting. One of the
hold on. I wondered where this woman was, because she was dead on. Because Hunter told us last year. You know, so all these people making excuses, Hunter told, he confessed last year anyway. Hold on. Yeah, let's get to it.
felons or one of the perpetrators could be the one who gets killed, right? So this is the example where 2 people decide that they're going to go into a convenience store. They're going to rob the convenience store, and either one of the 2
the fat ass arms
kills the store clerk. The other one is also liable for that murder. But here's the flip side that's more analogous to the case we're talking about here. In this case,
it's more like two people go to rob a convenience store and the store clerk shoots and kills one of the attackers. The other attacker is liable for the death of his partner, his
Absolutely.
co-felon. Okay?
They don't want to talk. This is the real reason for the cover
in
up.
the course of committing that felony in Texas comes out of the criminal homicide statute, right? It is a particular application of the criminal homicide statute, okay? And basically, what the felony murder doctrine says is that if two or more people commit a felony and a death happens in the course of committing that felony, everybody involved can be liable for that death, regardless of whether it was intended, regardless of whether they're the one who actually did the killing. And this is what's really interesting, one of the felons or one of the perpetrators could be the one who gets killed, right? So this is the example where two people decide that they're going to go into a convenience store, they're going to rob the convenience store, and either one of the two people kills the store clerk, the other one is also liable for that murder. But here's the flip side that's more analogous to the case we're talking about here. In this case, it's more like two people go to rob a convenience store and the store clerk shoots and kills one of the attackers. The other attacker is liable for the death of his partner, his co-felon. Okay, so that's the analogy that I'm making here, and I believe that I can make this out, and I will tell you exactly the strategy that I would use if I had to prosecute this case. So another thing to keep in mind here is that in this case, the defendant is Hunter. Okay, so the case I'm about to make out, the defendant is Hunter. He would be being accused of being a co-felon of his slain brother. All right, so let's get into it. In order to establish the felony murder doctrine, we'd have to establish that Austin and Hunter committed or attempted, that's important, or attempted a felony. In this case, the felony that I'm going to make out is felony assault. And during the commission of that felony, Austin was killed. Therefore, I'm about to argue, Hunter is guilty of murder as a co-felon under the felony murder doctrine. All right, bear with me. So in order to make this out, the first thing we have to establish is that there was an assault. At this point, we don't even have to make out that it was a felony assault. All we have to do is make out that they committed an assault. And when I say they, either of them, when they were doing this act together. Now, a lot of people have said, the police statements have said, witness interviews that have come out, and there's been a witness on Karmelo's side, and there's been a witness also on Austin's side. They gave different versions of the events, but they all confirmed, including the words of Hunter himself when he was talking to the media, that they initiated the exchange and also initiated the physical contact. Okay? Separate and apart from whatever Karmelo did. We'll get to that in a minute. They initiated the exchange by walking up to him, and they initiated the first contact. Whether it was a shove, whether it was a push, whether it was a punch.
They walked
one
up
witness
to him.
said that the two of them jumped.
Y'all hear that? This was last year. So out of that, he was sitting there. I tried to tell y'all that last year. Witnesses said they walked up to him. He was sitting there talking with somebody who went to that school.
And also initiated the physical contact. Okay? Separate and apart from whatever also on Austin's side, they gave different versions of the event, but they all confirmed, including the words of Hunter himself when he was talking to the media, that they initiated the exchange and also initiated the physical contact. Okay? Separate and apart from whatever Karmelo did. We'll get to that in a minute. They initiated the exchange by walking up to him, and they initiated the first contact. Whether it was a shove, whether it was a push, whether it was a punch, one witness said that the two of them jumped Karmelo, right? We still have to wait for the evidence to come out. But what is clear is that there was some type of an assault. And
last year it was out that they jumped him.
That Austin touched, shoved, or punched Karmelo. God forbid he kicked or anything else that the one particular witness is saying, okay? All of this is confirmed. So I think everyone is in agreement about that. What people are not in agreement about is what that meant. All right. So, sorry. Okay. So a simple assault can be elevated to an aggravated assault or a felony assault if the actor, the assaulter, picked up something or used a weapon or some kind of an enhancement or something like that. Okay, so let's see what happened. If in the course of a simple assault, which is what a fist fight would be, your basic average fist fight, two guys fighting in a bar, some road rage or something like that, that's going to be your basic assault until one of them picks up a force multiplier. Okay, a force multiplier is a deadly weapon. Okay, now a lot of people, when they think of deadly weapons, they think of the usual things, and we're going to see a list in a minute. But you know, like the guns, the cars, things like that. But Texas has said that there's a lot of things that can be deemed deadly weapons, and that a deadly weapon in Texas, it's not about what is used. It's about how it is used. It's not the what, it's the how. And what you're going to see in this list in a minute is that all kinds of things have been deemed deadly weapons in Texas, right? So my argument says that a second human is the equivalent of a weapon when the force is coordinated and overpowering. So what does that mean? If I want to hurt you, I could pick up a pipe, I could run you over with my car, I could pick up a gun, I could pick up a kite, or I could bring my twin brother. And my
Are y'all listening with y'all good ear?
The force multiplier. My twin brother makes it so that I can do more harm to you than I would have done without it, right? That's what a gun does. That's what a knife does. That's what nunchucks do. They allow me to cause more harm to you, which is why I picked it up, right? They allow me to cause more harm to you than I could on my own. My brother is the thing that I showed up with that would allow me to do more harm to you than I could do on my own, okay? So let's get into this because this is supported by statute and it is supported by Texas common law. Okay, so when we're talking about deadly weapons, and the reason we're talking about deadly weapons here is because we're talking about
this was last year
makes an otherwise simple or misdemeanor level assault what elevates it into a felony, into felony assault. Felony assault is necessary to establish the felony murder down the road. Okay, so here are the usual suspects: guns, knives, vehicles, cars, trucks, whatever, pipes, metal bars, a baseball bat, a broken bottle, right? I'll cut you. These are sort of the things that we know and expect to be considered deadly weapons. But Texas has also found a ton of other things.
Yeah, I'll pick
to
up
be deadly weapons.
Yeah.
That don't count as the assailant or the attacker being armed, right? So a lot of people are saying that you can't pull out a knife and cut somebody if they're unarmed. Texas law has shown time and time again that is not the case. I think I have here
absolutely
8 or 9. There are many others according to Texas law. Right now, Texas law is a fairly broad law, which means that it captures a lot of behavior in their statutes, right? That's what sort of law and order states tend to do. But let's look at some of these things that Texas has decided are deadly weapons, not based on what they are, but based on how they are used, okay? Body parts. An elbow, the elbow of the person, right? He didn't pick anything up. He used his elbow in such a way and on such a person that Texas said that counts as a deadly weapon. Shod feet. All that means is that it's your foot with a shoe on it. So if you kick somebody, you stomp somebody, the courts in Texas have found that a shod foot specifically, a foot with a shoe on it specifically, is a deadly weapon.
Because steel-toe shoes, you know, I tell you, you know you finna go get you some steel-toe shoes. Uh-huh. That's a weapon. Yeah, so I'm going to say this. Leave me alone. Leave me be. Because I believe in steel toe boots. Steel toe shoes. Yeah. I believe in that. It's a pencil, a pen, hands or fists are considered a deadly weapon. But carry on.
Right? Sickle, kudo, whatever, whatever. Concrete sidewalks, right? So you don't even have to pick anything up in Texas for it to be a deadly weapon. And the thing about it is, once the court decides that these things are deadly weapons, it elevates an assault into a felony assault, and that opens up a ton of other consequences, okay? Concrete sidewalks. You get into a fight and you bang someone's head against it. How big of a jump would it be to say a bench, a tree, right? A pillow? Texas has said that a pillow is a deadly weapon. And what happens is, if you use a deadly weapon against somebody, they are entitled to use self-defense against you. And if we're talking about smothering somebody, any of these things can lead to death. That's why they're called deadly weapons, which means that the self-defender can retaliate.
And so when y'all talking about it need to be the same force, so if somebody try to smother you, deadly force means that I have to smother them back. That's stupid. Y'all people be sounding stupid when they be saying that. Reasonable, whatever they be saying. No, it's called deadly force. Stand your ground, no duty to retreat. I don't have to go try to find another pillow to unalive you while you trying to unalive me, suffocating me. See how crazy that sound? Somebody's using their elbow. Oh, well, I got to use my elbow too. I mean, you trying to unalive me, so before I just poke you or pum you, I got to use my elbow. No, that's why Texas say you don't have a duty to retreat. They using a pencil, poking me, and I got to go find a pencil. See how that sound? That sound crazy, don't it? Yeah. Let me back this up. And now all of that, it has to be equal. It don't ring true, do it? Beer bottle. Somebody busts you upside the head with a beer bottle, and before I defend myself, I got to try to find a bottle. I'm about to lose my life, and I can't find a bottle. But I pick up this utility knife, and I poke you to get you up off me so I can run. Yeah, it sounds crazy. I know.
We're talking about smothering
talking
somebody.
about equal.
Any of these things can lead to death. That's why they're called deadly weapons, which means that the self-defender can retaliate with death, can respond with death. Right? So if someone appears to be smothering you with a pillow, as was the case in Dawson v. State, you absolutely can pull out a knife or a gun and shoot that person in self-defense. The court has said it's okay. A beer bottle, this is kind of obvious. You break a beer bottle, you hit somebody over the head, you slice their neck, whatever. A telephone cord, a simple telephone cord that we all have lying around the house, it's a deadly weapon. If you can use it outside to do jump rope, or you can tie something up with it, or you can use it in this fashion, which the court has said is a deadly weapon. And if someone comes after you with a deadly weapon, and this is interesting, we're going to get to this. Even if they haven't done the thing yet,
them boots don't play.
If someone is chasing you with a cord, if you think they're about to take that cord and strangle you with it, you absolutely can use deadly force in response.
Absolutely.
Pens and pencils, if they're used to stab somebody, right? Kids stab each other all the time with pencils. But in the right scenario, it can be a deadly threat warranting a deadly response. Now, the bottom one is the one that maybe is most applicable here. Your hands and fists when used with overwhelming force. Now, remember that I said that the 2-on-1 elevates the threat. This is why. Because now instead of 2 fists swinging in your direction, you've now got 4 fists swinging in your direction. And this is the case of Lane v. State. And I think this was a domestic violence case where the husband was beating his wife, and the court said that his fists were rightfully perceived as deadly weapons. Okay, so this idea that you have that your attacker has to be armed is just not true. It is just false, and people should let that go because it's blinding people to what's really going on in this case. Okay, so here's the argument that I alluded to earlier, but I'm going to make the argument out here.
And this it really was more than 2 attackers.
There are a lot of force multipliers that a person could use.
Somebody type force multipliers.
Potential victim that would warrant self-defense by the victim. Okay, so the argument you've heard me make is that when Austin and Hunter showed up together, and it really doesn't matter which of them was the main aggressor, right? There's question about that, right? Not every version of what happened aligned with Hunter's version. Hunter's version was that his brother alone did this crime. Doesn't matter which one of them did it. 2-on-1 force is this, right? 2-on-1, 2 guys beating up 1 guy or threatening 1 guy is the same thing as 1 guy threatening you with a knife or a gun. The statute and the common law in Texas has shown that. So the fact that there's 2-on-1, 1 guy with a force multiplier, his brother, elevates it. So now we've got the aggravated assault. We've got the felony assault that we need to make out felony murder. Done. Okay? That also takes
Are y'all listening with your good ear?
Of a simple fist fight and the presence of the twin, the involvement of the twin, functionally that served as legally the same thing as having a deadly weapon. Okay, so one of the other things that people are saying is that, well, this was a simple dispute between kids. This was an immature. I saw one YouTuber, he described it as this is an immature something or other. No. Witnesses say, and there was a witness who came out, V. Kaylee M. She, I'm not sure if she was a witness, but she was a representative of the witnesses, I'll say. Even she acknowledged that they approached him, and within 5 seconds, they had already laid hands on him. She said in less than 5 seconds of approaching him, they had already laid hands on him. There's another witness that says that he was there with his 2 daughters, and he watched the 2 boys jump Karmelo. He said that Karmelo
That's the guy.
was
That's the guy. He was there with the 2 daughters. Hold on.
And the 2 seconds of approaching him, they had already laid hands on him. There's another witness that says that he was there with his 2 daughters, and he watched the 2 boys jump Karmelo. He said that Karmelo was sitting down, looking at his phone, reading his phone or something, and the 2 boys just started in on him, right? So this was not just a mutual
sucker punch.
Because a mutual fight is a defense to assault.
It was not mutual combat. They jumped him. That's the man I was talking about who said that he had 2 daughters there. Yeah, I need for him to come out. And he may have, and they just didn't call him. It was somebody that they had, but they didn't call him. Yeah. Dad there saw it. He was already there. Yeah, this is from last year, y'all.
Hands on him. There's another witness that says that he was there with his 2 daughters, and he watched the 2 boys jump Karmelo. That says that he was there with his 2 daughters, and he watched the 2 boys jump Karmelo. He said that Karmelo was sitting down, looking at his phone, reading his phone or something, and the 2 boys just started in on him, right? So this was not just a mutual fight. Because a mutual fight is a defense to assault. What a mutual fight requires, or what a mutual fight requires, that there's some kind of an agreement that this is where this thing is about to go, or God forbid they say, okay, let's meet outside the bar and let's fight it out in the parking lot. And then one guy ends up getting the better of the other guy. He can't then scream that he was assaulted because he agreed to meet in the parking lot and have the fight, right? The fact that it was unexpected, right? And both witnesses say, the girl said, Austin's friend, she said that within 5 minutes, her name is V. Kaylee M. She said within 5 seconds, they had already started.
They was all on the same Making America Great
did.
Again team.
The other guy said that he was not paying attention, he was reading his phone, and he was jumped, right? So this was an unexpected attack. Based on those two statements, this was an unexpected attack on Karmelo. So there was no mutual combat. Now, also, and we're going to get to this, a surprise attack is one justification for self-defense. You can't do a blitz attack and then expect that person to have perfect clarity and be able to perfectly assess what's going on. That's what a blitz attack does, right? 5 seconds sounds like a blitz attack. Okay, so the other thing that I want to get into, now that we've established that there was a felony level assault by virtue of having the second brother there, which the witnesses have both said on both sides.
Yep, both of them put hands on it.
I want to get into the self-defense, okay? And I want to do self-defense 202 because everybody online is doing self-defense 101, which is, this is self-defense 101. You can't hurt somebody that's not armed. That's false. You have to meet the force with force. That is also false, right? Or I won't say that these are false. I will say that there are lots of exceptions and lots of work that the common law has done to shape the contours of what these phrases mean. So we're going to get into to self-defense law 202.
Because it's two people.
Okay. It says that deadly force is allowed if there's a threat of serious harm. It does not say that the harm has to have happened. You just have to have a reasonable threat. And the argument that I would make is that if it's true that what the police report says, that Karmelo Anthony is 130 pounds, if he had potentially 450 pounds coming in his direction, right? Because there's also this idea that the two boys were each about 220, somewhere between 220 and 230 pounds each, right? So Karmelo is 130 pounds, and this will all come out, but that's what the police report says. And he was confronted with 450 pounds of a threat, right? So if there's the threat of serious harm, and if I weighed 130 pounds and I was confronted by 450 pounds, I would think that I'm in danger, okay? Also, there is no duty to retreat. A self-defender does not have to retreat. It might be wise. You might recommend it. You might personally at least try. I think I would try, but he's not legally required to, right? And we have seen this exact issue in castle doctrine, stand your ground, right? We have seen this litigated in the courts so many times that we know that he doesn't have a duty to retreat, whether he's at home or whether he's in public, okay? The next piece of self-defense is this idea, people keep saying, well, he didn't have a right to be under the tent. That is not true.
That's not true.
They had, the people who managed that tent, whoever they were, the team, the school, I don't know, they had no legal right to exclude him from that tent or from that bench at all. Now, it may have been customary, it may have been courteous to not be under another team's tent, but there is no legal right to exclude off of public grounds, right? And I want you to play this out to its full conclusion. Let's say, okay, let's say that that such a rule did exist, that someone could just put up a tent on public property and then exclude everybody from in it, except the people that they decided could go under their tent or their hut or whatever it is. Where does that stop? What if I tripled the size of the tent? What if I built something that took up 50% of the park? Could I just say, hey, this is my tent, nobody has a right to be there? No, you can't do that. You can't do that, right? And here's another thing, and I'm going to talk about the lawsuits that are about to fly back and forth. If they try to make the argument that they somehow had the right to exclude from this area 50% of the park, could I just say, hey, this is my, play this out to its full conclusion?
Yeah, it wasn't, they didn't own the park.
Is this idea of duty to retreat? A self-defender does not have to retreat.
How long have I been
Boys
saying
each
this,
about
y'all? People telling
220,
me
somewhere between 220 and 230 pounds each, right? So Karmelo is 130 pounds, and this will all come out, but that's what the police report says. And he was confronted with 450 pounds of a threat, right? So if there's the threat of serious harm, and if I weighed 130 pounds and I was confronted by 450 pounds, I would think that I'm in danger, okay? Also, there is no duty to retreat. A self-defender does not have to retreat. It might be wise. You might recommend it. You might personally at least try. I think I would try, but he's not legally required to, right? And we have seen this exact issue in castle doctrine, stand your ground, right? We have seen this litigated in the courts so many times that we know that he doesn't have a duty to retreat, whether he's at home or whether he's in public, okay? The next piece of self-defense is this idea. People keep saying, well, he didn't have a right to be under the tent. That is not true. They had, the people who managed that tent, whoever they were, the team, the school, I don't know, they had no legal right to exclude him from that tent or from that bench at all. Now, it may have been customary, it may have been courteous to not be under another team's tent, but there is no legal right to exclude off of public grounds, right? And I want you to play this out to its full conclusion. Let's say, okay, let's say that that such a rule did exist, that someone could just put up a tent on public property and then exclude everybody from in it, except the people that they decided to go under their tent or their hut or whatever it is. Where does that stop? What if I tripled the size of the tent? What if I built something that took up 50% of the park? Could I just say, hey, this is my tent, nobody has a right to be there? No, you can't do that. You can't do that, right? And here's another thing, and I'm going to talk about the lawsuits that are about to fly back and forth. If they try to make the argument that they somehow had the right to exclude from this area, here's the thing. The right to exclude also comes with liability for things that happen in the area that you have the right to exclude people from. So if they say that whatever the square footage is, whatever the footprint of this tent is, we have the legal right to exclude people from it, then they are liable for other things, right? They are liable for what happens in that area because they are the de facto, or not de facto, but they are the constructive owners of that space.
Right.
So they're going to have to try to tread very lightly about this. Either we control this space, right? And with control comes responsibility under the law.
Hold on.
With control comes liability under the law.
You remember, I kept saying, you know, and it's funny because I've been saying this. You know, I'm gonna give my own self credit since other people don't want to give me my credit and want to give it to other people, because I've been saying this shit for a whole damn year or more. My stance hadn't changed at all, but some people can go over to other people's platforms, be all up in their ass, and now they, you know, they change the story. And I'm not just talking about pressure. I'm talking about people who last year that I was on their platforms with, going toe to toe with them about this young boy and his rights. And they be like, no. Even people who are protesting for him now. Shout out to them. But last year, the same people who are out there on the ground protesting was not protesting, thought that he was guilty, he needed to go to prison. Their daddy went to prison with something similar, and no. Now they protesting no. But you know how I am. I keep it fair. At whatever point that there's a renewing of the mind, you know, you got to accept that. Hey, boss lady, Yeah. But who has not changed, who is saying the same shit I said last year that I'm saying now, is me. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm the most solid. I don't flip-flop. Yeah, and carry on. I'm jiffy, huh? I wasn't supposed to say that. I thought it was just utterly disrespectful. It was God awful to me. Her and her daddy. And now they was out there protesting for him. Hey, anyway you come to the renewing of the mind. But I would have loved to hear her say, man, last year, I was so totally against this kid. I had a whole platform. It was an open discussion. I was gun-ho. I was a Charleston White. I've been solid.
Oh, they're either going to say we control this space. It also comes with liability for things that happen in the area that you have the right
Melo
to
have a health problem. Yep.
So if they say that whatever the square
they didn't want
is,
that disclosed.
Of this tent is, we have the
they intentionally, the judge.
People from it, then they are liable for other things.
This is why they're covering it up.
What happens in that area because they are the de facto, or not de facto, but they are the constructive owners of that space.
Absolutely.
So they're going to have to tread very lightly about this. Either we control this space, right, and with control comes responsibility.
This is why last year I called Frisco ISD. I wanted to see the policy that he wasn't supposed to be up under there. Where is that written? So this is another reason why they are covering. And then Lord in heaven knows they don't want the Anthony family to be able to come back and sue. So they covered it up. What narrative? I did focus on the truth. What you talking about? You talking to somebody else?
Comes liability under the law. They're either going to say we control this space and have the right to exclude, and that still probably is not even a legal right to excuse. Like I said, it might be customary or courteous or whatever, but so either they say yes, we had the right to exclude, therefore we're liable for anything that happens in here, or we didn't have the right to exclude, which they did not.
Nope.
And therefore they're not liable. Okay, so the next thing is
and it wasn't even on their school ground.
The victim in this case, right? The victim warned them before acting. So a lot
the victim warned them before. I told you them boys, they were not victims. They were not victims. They were a casualty of a fight they started. Hunter started the fight. I said this shit last year. Let's go.
But Karmelo meant when he said, touch me and see what happens. Some people say it was a warning. Some people say it was a provocation. It can't have been a provocation in an incident that was initiated by the other people. It was a warning.
Right.
It was a warning.
Don't touch me.
If you keep doing this, something is going to happen in response. And that is exactly what happened. But they had already initiated the thing that he was responding to. Okay?
And the picture with the football
And then the other
suit
thing, and this is important, right? Because some people say, oh, it was just a shove. No, he just grabbed his backpack. No, he just did this. No. Self-defense, right? The perception of a serious harm can exist even before the first punch, right? So, for example, you don't have to wait to be harmed or immobilized or disabled or taken out, right? We know about one-punch kills. They're becoming more common, right? You don't have to wait for the other person to immobilize you with the first blow before you are entitled to defend. Because if you did, right, let's say you had to
there would be no need for self-defense.
Several blows before you decided you're in danger. Well, you could be dead.
Don't threaten me.
Okay? And if you guys remember, If you watched the
I've got the cheerleader
what's
exposed them
that
bullets.
guy?
Yep.
The George Zimmerman
Beautiful dark
case.
goddess. Yep.
If you watch the George Zimmerman case, you will remember that
And the mama said it was leaked. How did it
firearms
leak?
instructor was on the witness stand, and the lawyer said to him, "Should a defender wait until they've been injured to pull out and use their firearm?" And this guy, this firearms defender, I want to say he was a naval guy, but I don't remember, or had been in the Navy. But anyway, he was a firearms instructor, and he said, "Oh no, I don't recommend that." And the whole courtroom laughed. You may remember this, right? So he was basically saying, no, it is not smart to wait until you're injured, or until the person is right up on you, or until, right, and until you're laid out on the floor. That's not smart.
They didn't have no
So there is
nobody in there representing stand your ground.
Waives the right to self-defense. We've already established that he was the victim of a felony assault. We've already established that there were two actors on one, based on not what Hunter said, but what the witnesses said. Even Hunter.
Now it's up to 4.
Right? The witness that said that they both touched Karmelo also called herself a good friend of Austin.
Oh wow.
Okay, so you guys remember, this is my channel is called Counsel Gray. Thank you for being here. If you
Now this was last year, before the verdict. So it was just kind of clear that Karmelo Anthony wasn't going to be found guilty. Here's another one from last year. The truth behind all the changes. Dang. Oh, y'all. Here's when she talked about, did he confess? I mean, I watched these two last year.
Did Karmelo Anthony really confess to murdering Austin Metcalf?
So what we learned on the other one is that they're covering up the fact that they could be charged for Austin's death.
It may look simple, but it's actually not simple. Hi everybody, my name is Gray. Welcome to my brand spanking new channel, Counsel Gray. This channel is not even 24 hours old. It has not even taken its coat off. So thank you for joining me. I'd love it if you show the channel some love. If you like what you see here, don't be afraid to like,
shout out to Counsel
share,
Gray.
Subscribe.
She's established now.
And leave a comment. I will respond to all reasonable comments. Let's take a look. Karmelo and Hunter. First of all, let me just say, both of these boys have been talking entirely too much. So before I get into this, I'm sure you've heard of this case. This is the case where Karmelo Anthony, that you see on the left, stabbed another high school athlete, also 17 years old, Austin Metcalf, to death. Shortly thereafter, he was apprehended by the police a few yards away. He didn't get very far.
He bled out.
And he had some things to say. I'm going to talk about Karmelo first, but then I'm going to get to Hunter, because Hunter also spoke too much, right? Both of these boys have said too much. All right, so let's talk about Karmelo.
This is the reason for the stage. So let's be clear. This is the reason for the cover-up. This is the because Karmelo was the victim, not Austin. Austin was the casualty. I told y'all that the other day. I'm glad that I just saw this. And she is a trial attorney. Okay. Whom Anthony's probably should have hired, because she was spot on. So they both talked too much, but they had to cover up Hunter's, because Hunter and his posse is who is supposed to be charged for the death of Austin. And so when we say stuff like they couldn't afford to lose both their sons, one to the grave, one to the penal system, because all those boys who got up there and lied and changed their stories would have been charged with his murder. The coach and the school in Frisco, they would have been responsible, and they could have been sued by the Anthony family. So everybody involved with the cover-up. Everybody involved to save old, clean, prestige, elite Frisco. Yeah. That's what the cover-up is about. Let's be clear. Where is Illis when you need him? Yeah. You got to go back. The answers is always the best clues and answers to what is really going on or what really went down is always in the beginning. Now, we didn't have a video, but now that the video has come out, it further validate that it's a setup and that he had every right to defend himself by law. Not by public opinion, not by white opinion, not by any of that. By law. And they bypassed the law to save Frisco, to save Metcalf, to save everybody, seal this, hide that, blur this, lie. You get a scholarship, and you can go on with your future. We're going to have to sacrifice him. Yeah. Because he shouldn't have had a knife. He shouldn't have had a knife. And they should have kept fat neck, no neck, should have kept his hands to himself. He just like his daddy. He can't control himself.
That's a couple yards away, and he gets taken into custody. He decides that he's going to start talking and asking questions. Newsflash, the police, the cops are not your friends. Let me go to commercial break. PSA, parents, teach your children. Do not speak to cops. Period. End of story. Say nothing. Kids, wait for your lawyer. Call your parents. Do not talk to police. All you need to say is, I want to talk to a parent. And that's it. Silence. But does Karmelo do that? No. So what does he do? He lacks all discipline and he starts running off at the mouth.
Yep.
Karmelo, when you're in handcuffs with your belly on the ground, that is not a friendly gesture. I'm not sure why you would think that the cops are your friends in that situation. What is he say? Blah, blah, blah. I did it. Let's go on to Hunter, because Hunter is also talking too much. He did his, however, to the media, thinking the media is your friend. Here's the problem with talking to the media too early. Any and everything you say to the media, it lasts forever. It will definitely.
And they, KKK Frisco, bypassed it. How? Even the defense attorney, he involved too. Ain't he from Frisco? Yeah, it saved Frisco. Because he confessed a year and a half ago. And they bypassed it. Judge wouldn't allow it in the court. Auditory experience. Never. I ain't never seen nothing like this in all my life. Fighting the wrong fight.
Definitely come up in all of the rest of
his
trials.
attorney was, did they not know that he was affiliated with Toby and Obi and Doobie and Scooby? Didn't they have a business together, a law firm together? Oh, wow. So when they out on the golf course, they like, you're going to have to, we ain't going to send him to prison for all of his life for 99 years, but you're going to have to give up. You're going to have to let some stuff stop. Don't do this, don't do that. Yeah, he needs to be disbarred. Absolutely. All of them.
I say all because this will lead to both criminal and civil cases. There's going to be a slew of lawsuits.
And there is a civil rights attorney. NAACP. Yeah. All of that good stuff.
Mark my word on that.
She was
But
right.
here's the thing. Hunter starts talking, but Hunter to me sounded very coached. He sounded like he had been coached on how to put a spin on what happened. And the reason I say that is because he made a number of legally significant statements.
Hey, the little Pete.
The problem is that the very earliest witnesses that have come
Yeah, it was
forward
doctor. They don't want it to
have
show.
all contradicted his statement. They have effectively dispensed with his version of what happened. So now both of these boys have created expensive situations that they now have to pay lawyers to get them out of at trial, to undo the impact of the lies that Hunter is now caught in, to undo the impact of the statements and the questions that Karmelo did when he should have been being quiet. There's a reason you are invited to remain silent. Now lawyers have to do a lot of extra work to try to undo that. Okay, so when you talk to the media too early, when you talk to the police, you think that you're setting the narrative, right? You think that you're smarter than the whole process. But really what you're doing is you're creating a mess that your lawyer has to get you out of, that you have to pay your lawyer to get you out of. So what did Karmelo say? Karmelo said, I am not alleged. I did it.
He was a suspect.
Boy, stop yapping. All right? But let's look at the significance.
They said alleged, hold on. They said I got the alleged suspect. And he said, I'm not alleged. It's me. He is the suspect. Melo didn't even know. He had said, And he said, oh, he's not going to die. Yeah. So when they said on the walkie-talkie, the suspect, the alleged suspect, and he said, I'm not alleged, it's me. You know, you don't have to go run around looking for somebody. But I told him not to put his hands on me. Y'all please hit the like button.
Trying to say, well, the boy confessed to the murder on the scene. What else is there to talk about? But did he really confess? What is the legal significance of these words? All right, so this is the police report. This is where we learned of a lot of these words. So I'm going to set up the scene that led to this statement. This is one particular officer's statement about his version of what happened on the scene. So the scenario that he walked up on, this officer, he walked up to an Officer Cortez who had Karmelo Anthony in custody. Karmelo was on the ground. He was seated on the sidewalk, and he was in handcuffs. So this officer says, as I approached Officer Cortez stated Anthony was the alleged suspect. Anthony then made a spontaneous statement and stated, I am not alleged, I did it. Okay, so, good Lord, boy. The thing to do would have been to just say nothing, to just be quiet. The only two other options that he had was to admit that he had done it or deny that he had done it. He really couldn't deny it because, as we have learned, there were at least 30 and as many as 75 witnesses right there. Any one of them would have said, he's the guy who did it. In fact, two students
the knife was probably still in their bag.
Two students identified Karmelo Anthony and told the police, there, he's up there. Right? He's up there, go find him. So there was already those two statements. Any of these other 75 would have said,
I need to see the bag.
Could not have
that knife they showed is not the knife.
In fact, it's a good thing that he didn't deny it, because that would have required more work. Now he would have been a liar and all these kinds of things. But what did he do? There's two interpretations of this statement. I am not alleged, I did it. One is the sort of ego-based kid puffing his chest out, almost like, how dare you miscategorize me? I'm not alleged, I'm the guy you're looking for. I'm the guy who did this. That's your sort of ego-based way of looking at it. Or we could put the halo on his head and look at him as the saint, right? Saint Karmelo. Very similar to when a mother comes in and says to her children, who ate all the cookies out of the cookie jar? And the good kid raises his hand and says, I ate the cookie, Mommy. I'm sorry, I did it. Now, here's the thing. Without the audio of the statement, we can't really read into the tone of voice. All we have is the words on the page. But you better believe that audio is going to surface. Somebody's body cam captures something, right? So we're going to see. But here's the other problem with talking to the police. You give them too much to go on. You give them too much to use against you. People are not going to just assess your words. They're going to be assessing your tone of voice, and they're not going to do it in the way that's helpful to you, right? You've got a whole state machine designed and funded to paint a narrative, and they're going to use whatever you say, however you said it, they're going to use that against you. And then your poor defense attorney is going to be trying with limited resources to try to excuse away your tone of voice or your particular word choice or whatever it was. Just be disciplined enough to be quiet. Okay, so let's look at the statement. Is it a confession? Or is it just an admission to a fact?
That I'm the suspect.
You guys, if you're enjoying this, please like, share, subscribe, hit the bell notification, and leave a comment. I will respond to all reasonable comments. Is this a confession or is this just an admission of fact? I would make the argument that this was a factual admission.
Right.
Not a legal confession.
Right.
There's a difference between the two. What is the difference between admitting to a fact and confessing to a crime? Let's take a look at that. Okay? He admitted to a fact. He admitted to having done an act. He did not confess to having done a crime.
Because he didn't know he had committed a crime.
To be a crime.
He didn't even know he had committed a crime.
With a required mindset. I'll say it again. In order for an act, in order for a stabbing to actually be a crime, it has to be coupled with a requisite mindset. Okay? So where does the requisite mindset come from, right? And requisite is just the word we use. There's a mindset required to find that an act was a criminal act. That comes from your state statute. Every statute, whether it's manslaughter, whether it's murder, whether it's armed robbery, whether it's burglary, whatever it is, it requires a mindset, right? With the intent to do something. Here's the problem. Karmelo admitted to the act of stabbing. He did not admit to any mindset. So that piece is still missing. Usually, the act or the actor is not known. This is your true crime TV show where the detectives are running around trying to figure out who did the thing, who cut the lady's neck, who did whatever. In this case, there was no question, right? We had 75 people who were up to 75, time will tell how many there were. There were up to 75 people who were willing to say or able to say that he did the act. So there was never a question about the act. Nobody can testify, nobody can say what his mindset was, whether or not his mindset matched the required mindset for the murder charge. Nobody can say that part. So what do we do when we don't have an admission of that? We look at other circumstances surrounding the act, right? So this is when you see, for example, the police are raiding the suspect's house. They're going through the suspect's computers, right? They're interviewing neighbors. They're reading emails. They're checking phone records. The reason they're doing that is because they're looking for information that they can use to infer mindset, to infer intent or premeditation or something like that, right? So that has to be established. And what ends up happening is the people who support the actor, the person who did the act, the people who support that person, they will minimize the mindset that the person must have had at the time. The haters of that person will assign the harshest, most egregious mindset because it can lead to the highest charge. All right, so let's look at this. In this formula, we don't have all the pieces, so he could not have confessed to murder. He admitted to the act of stabbing him. There is nothing about his mindset that certainly would lead to murder that he admitted to. And then whether or not it's a crime is a legal conclusion that is come to by the trier of fact, which is normally a jury, sometimes it's a judge. Okay? And what that person is tasked with, right, the jury or the judge, depending on the type of case, they are tasked with deciding whether or not there was both an act and a mindset to make out this crime. It cannot be a confession to a crime prior to that, because
Keep
that's
your
a
hands to
legal
yourself.
conclusion. All right, so here's
Bottom
the
line,
problem.
everything
Here's
else
where
is out
things
the
get
window. Keep your
chaotic.
hands
This
to
is where
yourself.
people are fighting on TikTok and YouTube and all these different places, because we try to ascribe a mindset to the person. And like I said, supporters will minimize the mindset, haters will enhance the mindset, right? It was so evil, so malicious, so egregious, so, so whatever. So, for this reason, there was no confession to a crime, there was just an admission to an act. So, is "I did it" really a confession?
I protect myself.
No. By itself, it is not a confession. It is admitting to a fact. All right, you guys, this is my first video. Thank you for standing by me. I'm not a professional YouTuber at this point, but don't blink, because when I figure this out in the next month or two.
Yeah, and I just saw, hold on. I'm finna get ready to go, y'all. Y'all not appreciating my time today. So this is why the cover up is such a cover up. It's to protect everybody. It's to protect, like I said before, the linebacking football team. And if they didn't, they would be disqualified. They would have to give up the football team, probably indefinite. The coach, the ISD, Frisco ISD, the whatever the name of the park is, the Hunter would be charged with his brother's murder. Kaysen or Carson, Eddie, all of them. Every last one of them that went up there and touched him will be charged with that murder. And they couldn't handle that. That's the real reason for the cover-up. Let me see what her other one is. Let me see if I got time for that. Y'all need to like, share, and subscribe. Support my platform. Send a cash app. $AUNTEAFEE. Come on, do something. Share it. Like it. Support it. The tea is hot. Yes. 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 She is one of the main reasons I was so solid playing chess, not checkers. I wonder what that, I'm gonna have to watch that myself. And she did have one about, let me see what hers is saying.
Felony murder.
Now that I know who this person is, because I've been having it sitting here to watch it. Now I want her to take, oh, I can't. It's too long. It's too long, y'all. Okay, so do we want to later go over her assessment of it? Yeah, I can't give up. I agree with that fee. The liability fact. Yep. Yep. It's the whole, all of them. I mean, the school, the city, the dad, all of that. All of them who ran up on him would be charged with his death. And them people couldn't stand that. Okay. Let me see. Hunter guilty of felony murder. Mm-hmm. Self-defense cancel document. Oh, wow. Let's hear this one. Oh, let me hear this. I need.
You know you could be vaping formaldehyde.
Now, I trust
which is
her
used in taxidermy.
reviews more than I trust all these other people who new to the party. At least I know she was here last year. I got her when she did her first live. But let's hear why she said why. I want to hear her why. Let's go.
And weigh in on the Karmelo Anthony verdict. You guys, the defense, they got their hind parts handed to them. And I'm going to say, to me,
On purpose.
it didn't have to go down that way. And I'm going to tell you why. First of all, or you know what? So I came up with a list of things. I was going to come in here and I was going to talk about why I thought they were going to lose. But literally, and I was going to do that during the jury deliberations, but literally the deliberations happened so fast that I didn't even have time to get my thing up. Like literally before I could hit, record, the jury was back. So I got to be honest, I knew when the jury came back within like 2 or 3 hours that Karmelo Anthony was cooked. But I'm going to be honest, before Karmelo Anthony, before the verdict came back, I knew that Karmelo Anthony was cooked. And I'm going to tell you why, okay? But out of respect for the craft, I am going to say that this defense team had a really, really tough case. They had a really, really tough jurisdiction. They had a really, really tough jury, right? So out of respect for the craft, this was not easy. But there were so many missed opportunities. And I'm just going to answer a bunch of questions that I've seen people talking about sort of leading up to it, all of which I think contributed to why Karmelo lost, okay? So the first one is people were asking, why did the case go so fast after so long, right? After we waited over a year, why did the case come and go so fast, so to speak, right? So first of all, it's not unusual for a murder trial, especially a high-profile murder trial, to take a year, 2 years, right? Sometimes we hear of cases taking 3 years before they come to trial. There's a lot that happens. There's investigations. A lot of times there's medical stuff. Sometimes there's school year stuff, right? It would not surprise me to think that this case was timed for the school year to end. There were, 20 kids had to testify in this thing. So that's not uncommon. What I was surprised by was the very abrupt ending, and I'm going to tell you why I think they had that really abrupt ending. Okay, so you guys heard that on the last day of testimony, which people thought that the defense was going to put on, and this was yesterday, right? People thought the defense was going to put on a couple more witnesses. A lot of people were looking for Karmelo to speak. A lot of people were looking for maybe some expert witnesses. And all of a sudden, there was just this abrupt stop. And on the last day of trial, which was yesterday, the court broke at 11. They broke for 90 minutes, and they were coming back at 12:30. This would be Central Time. And everybody expected that the case was going to pick back up with more witnesses. But people who were there, what they said was that there were about 2 hours of back and forth and a little bit of chaos and these side meetings, and the family was, there was activity with the family, the lawyers, the judge. People were in and out of chambers for about 2 hours after they came back from lunch, when they were expecting the case to pick back up. And then after that chaos, what happened was the state rested and the defense rested. So people were really surprised. Okay, so why does this happen? I can almost guarantee you that one of 3 things was happening, okay? The defense and the prosecutor, they were in meetings about the witness list. I can almost guarantee you that the defense wanted to call at least 1 or 2 more witnesses, and the prosecutor objected to those witnesses. And the judge agreed with the prosecution, and then the defense had no more witnesses. So that's the first thing, right? That they wanted to call at least 1 or 2 more witnesses, and the prosecutor objected. The state rested and the defense rested.
That's when they was gone for 3 hours.
Okay, so why does this happen? I can almost guarantee you that one of 3 things was happening, okay? The defense and the prosecutor, they were in meetings about the witness list. I can almost guarantee you that the defense wanted to call at least 1 or 2 more witnesses, and the prosecutor objected to those witnesses. and the judge agreed with the prosecution, and then the defense had no more witnesses. So that's the first thing, right? That they couldn't agree on the defense's witnesses, and somehow the judge sided with the prosecution. The second thing is, if they did agree on subsequent witnesses, they could not agree on the scope of the testimony. Now, here's the thing. Every side is trying to limit the helpful witnesses of the other side. And if they can't restrict the entire witness, they try to restrict the scope of what that witness can talk about. So even if the judge had allowed the defense's next witness, if the prosecution tried to limit the scope and the judge agreed with them, defense may have felt like it's not worth putting them on. If we can't get them or we can't use them to say what we want to say, then the defense may just be like, we're not even going to put them on. Okay, that's the second one. The third thing that may have been happening, right, especially when you hear from people who were in the courthouse that the mother and father, Karmelo's mother and father, they were kind of moving about, right, during this 2 hours after lunch. It could be that the family and the defense trying to decide whether Karmelo was in the right mental state to take the witness stand in his own defense.
Oh, wow.
And they may have decided at the last minute that he was not in a good place or would not be
Especially after
helpful to his
Eddie.
own defense. And so they did not call him, and at that point it was over. Okay?
Yeah.
So the next thing is that people were talking about was this kid, Eddie Para. Now, Eddie Para is the kid who Karmelo now says, right? We did not know this a year ago. We learned this in trial, that Eddie Para is the kid that Karmelo said that he knew or recognized in the tent, and that's why he went over there. Now, this kid, Eddie Para, is also a student. And to me, right, and he seems to be some type of Hispanic. To me, and I'll tell you why that's important. I'm not just identifying people's ethnicity, but to me, this kid is in a tough situation. First of all, he's completely uncredible. Completely, to me, uncredible. But obviously, I did not agree with how this how this jury saw everything. But to me, Eddie Para was completely uncredible. But he's in a tough situation that no kid should ever have to be in. Okay? He is the one who could be viewed as having brought Karmelo to the tent.
So, hold on, y'all. Let me ask y'all this. Yeah, he's Judas. So, okay. So, knowing that they are covering for the whole Frisco, from the school that you go to, from the ISD to the park, track and field, to all of y'all could be implemented. All of y'all could be charged with Austin's death because y'all started it. And Karmelo was the victim. Y'all tried to jump him. You lured him. You sent them a text. They came over there running, damn near running. Yeah. And he asked them, who are you? And he's like, I'm Mello. And they going back and forth, all that reckless, because he wasn't talking reckless. He wasn't reckless until you confronted him, right? So now that we see you run up on him, you confronted him, you said something to him, then it became reckless. So you didn't want to ever tell us what it was because you didn't want us to know that you ran up on him. You came from the other side to confront him. Okay? So would you, if you were Karmelo and somebody you thought you was cool with, you done been to their house, you went on double dates with, you done been the third leg, third wheel, whatever they call it, with him and his girlfriend, all of this. Would you want to take the stand after the one who was supposed to be your star witness flipped on you right there in front of you? The person you thought that was going to save you just fucked you. At 17, how do you process that? Because if I'm going to keep it real, and I mean really, really real, at my age, somebody that I thought I was cool with. See, I'm gonna tell y'all now, I don't do well with betrayal. I don't do well with betrayal, with folk that family, friends, exes, none of that. And to be there, and I'm facing 99. I'm probably finna get emotional. 99 years. And you are supposed to be my star witness. And you flip on me. All these boys done sit here and lied. Done said I was the aggressor. I don't think I would have took the stand either. Yeah, he was already guilty, Miss Boss Lady. That's a hard blow for us to be betrayed like that. Imagine being 17, 18, 19. You had a whole future that was better than all of theirs. $30 scholarship offers. And the person I done broke bread with set me up and then perjured himself. So, I mean, he compromised his livelihood with perjury and lying just to lie on me. It's a hard pill to swallow. That's a hard pill to swallow. So, no, I don't think emotionally and mentally I could have took that stand either. Because the setup was real. So that means that whatever that the state was going to say to him, he was going to make him intentionally make him out to be a liar with all of these people who have lied before me. Your own, a star witness just said it was you. That's messed up, y'all. Now that's fucked up. Let's go. I don't think I could have did it either. Let's go.
To me, this kid is in a tough situation. First of all, he's completely incredible. Completely, to me, incredible. But obviously,
She's talking about Eddie, y'all.
We learned this in trial, that Eddie Parra is the kid that Karmelo said that he knew or recognized in the tent. And
who lured him and invited him.
Now, this kid, Eddie Parra, is also a student. And to me, right, and he seems to be some type of Hispanic. To me, and I'll tell you why that's important. I'm not just identifying people's ethnicity, but to me, this kid is in a tough situation. First of all, he's completely incredible. Completely, to me, incredible. But obviously, I did not agree with how this how this jury saw everything. But to me, Eddie Parra was completely uncredible. But he's in a tough situation that no kid should ever have to be in. Okay? He is the one who could be viewed as having brought Karmelo to the tent. Either affirmatively or passively, he was the draw.
Precious says, shit, I would have went Cornelius on the stand. If we gonna tell it, we gonna tell it all. I know.
That brought Karmelo to the team tent where all of this went down. Okay? Now, this kid is still in school with all these other kids, and the ones who have graduated, they're still in the same community, right? So they have tremendous pressure. Tremendous pressure to toe the line.
That's why the state asked him about him living there.
So this kid, Eddie
Parra, he
says, trying to diminish two things. By trying to say that he did not really know Karmelo Anthony, he basically tried to, and maybe successfully accomplished, two things. One, he tried to diminish Karmelo's story that he knew somebody there, or that he had a good friend in the tent. But the other thing that this kid, Eddie Parra, was doing, he was trying to signal to his classmates and his community mates that I did not do this. I did not bring this harm into our community, right? And I feel bad for this kid, but because he was in that catch-22, I do not believe a word that he said. And in fact, the defense was able to discredit him by showing that, you know, at the very least, you guys have hung out, you know, these 5 or 6 times for the pictures that they showed. But the other piece about this kid, Eddie Para, is that I feel like he really, really betrayed Karmelo. Right, and like I said, I get it. He should not have been in that position. He really betrayed Karmelo. I can't see if anybody. Hold on. So anyway, and that's the thing about Eddie Para. To me, completely uncredible. So the next question that a lot of people were talking about before the verdict, right? Why didn't Hunter testify? Why didn't the prosecution call Hunter? A couple things, right? It could be that they didn't want to re-traumatize him, right? His family may have drawn a hard line. You cannot re-traumatize our son. There is a fraction of percent who can say that their twin brothers died of a fatal wound in their arms. He is a member of a very, very small club, which you would think that the prosecutor would have used to develop sympathy with the jury. But the family may have said, no, we're not going to let you re-traumatize our kid. So the other thing, the other reason that Hunter may not have testified is because he could not have withstood cross-examination. And the risk of cross-examination is, first of all, getting outfoxed by a seasoned defense attorney. Now, here's the thing. I was going to talk about why Hunter and Karmelo did not testify is one thing, but there are different reasons why they did not testify. So I'm starting here with Hunter. Now, if it is true that Hunter is a big kid, if it's true that he is, an angry kid, if he's a bully, and there was a lot of talk about that, right? That Karmelo and Austin were big bullies. They were literally quite big. They were angry kids, right? We know that they have, kind of a tough family upbringing. The prosecution didn't want to risk putting Hunter on the stage. I mean, on the, I guess technically on the stage, but on the stand because he didn't want to risk that Hunter would do something that makes both him and Austin less sympathetic victims, right? And that's a huge risk. The other thing that Hunter could have done if he didn't perform well on the stand is that he could have made Austin and Hunter look like one big threat to Karmelo, right? And the way it is now, the defense tried to paint Austin as this really big guy threatening this little Karmelo. If Hunter had shown any signs of anger or aggression or anything like that, the jury could have conflated Hunter and Austin into one big threat, as opposed to just Austin as the threat. So the prosecution could not risk it. But here's the other thing, okay? The public and the jury already had Austin's version of events, right? The teary-eyed, sympathetic Hunter, right after the incident happened. We've all seen Hunter's side of the story. The jury has seen Hunter's side of the story, right? You do not get rejected from a jury just because you are aware of a case, right? Because there are some cases where you literally would not be able to find the jury, especially in the jurisdiction where the incident happened, right? So it is very possible that the jury already had Hunter's version of events in their mind from that early TV footage. So in that regard, the work was already done. All that could happen by putting Hunter on the stand would be to make him seem less sympathetic and his brother less sympathetic. The other reason that they might not have called Hunter is because there may be pending litigation against him, or there may be pending litigation. In fact, there is pending litigation from their family against the Anthonys. Both families could have pending litigation against the jurisdiction, against the school district. So nobody wants to risk their money to have this kid on the stand, especially when it didn't seem like a close call. Okay, so why didn't the defense call Karmelo? This is one of the things that everybody is questioning. Why did they not put? Hold on. Why did they not put Karmelo on the stand? In a self-defense case, you usually hear from the defender, because self-defense is one of those things that you have to see it from the eyes of the defender, right? There is a reasonableness question, and you have to see it from the eyes of the defender. And no one can put you in the eyes of Karmelo except Karmelo. Had he been successful on the stand, it would have been he would have been a phenomenal witness in his own behalf, okay? However, and I'll tell you, I'll be honest, I did not think that when the case went back to the jury, I thought there was reasonable doubt, okay? And I'll tell you why. When you have a bunch of witnesses, and altogether there were, 20-something witnesses, right? When you have a bunch of witnesses, and they're all uncredible in various ways, right? Because there was a lot of dispute between them about the details, right? Of what happened, of the facts. How aggressive was the push? Was Karmelo actually surrounded? Right? All these, when did the knife come out? Who did the provocation? So what juries will do when they have a lot of witnesses to the same incident that don't agree, jurors will create in their minds, in aggregate, they will aggregate the witnesses and create a range of truth for each of the facts. Okay? So you've got all these witnesses who observe the same thing, and their versions of what happened are different.
Okay, y'all, so I had to step away. Do I need to go back? Did I miss something good? I had to step away. Did I miss something good? Do I need to go back? Because if he died, right, that would be... Yeah, but they take him anyway now, I think, because if he... Yeah, because they say he died at the park. And you remember when the mama said that she came from Grapevine and she beat them to the hospital. That's because they was still probably trying to work on him, use them defibrillators, I guess, because it should have been no reason why the mama who was coming from Grapevine should have beat them to the hospital. They probably felt like, with the kids out there, they don't want the body to sit out there with a towel, a sheet over it. They had their minds made up. That's true. Y'all, did I miss something good? Could I keep going, or is there something I need to hear? Because I didn't hear this one. Let me back it up a little bit. Let's go. Let's go.
And they're all uncredible in various ways, right? Because there was a lot of... And I'll tell you, I'll be honest, I did not think that when the case went back to the jury, I thought there was reasonable doubt.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I'll tell you why. When you have a bunch of witnesses, and altogether there were, 20-something witnesses, right? When you have a bunch of witnesses, and they're all uncredible.
Right.
In various
reasonable
ways, right?
doubt.
There was a lot of... dispute between them about the details, right, of what happened, of the facts. How aggressive was the push? Was Karmelo actually surrounded? Right?
He
All
tapped
these,
him.
when
We
did the knife come out?
can look
Who
at the
did
video.
provocation?
He did
So
more than
what
tap.
juries will do when they have a lot of witnesses to the same incident that don't agree, jurors will create in their minds, in aggregate, they will aggregate the witnesses and create a range of truth for each of the facts. Okay? So you've got all these witnesses who observe the same thing, and their versions of what happened are different. So what the jury will do is they will aggregate them into one testimony, but for each fact, they will establish a range of truth. And the ends of that range for each fact are the disputed facts between the witnesses, okay? So you can picture it like a soundboard, right? You know a soundboard, how you have all those levers that slide up and down for different parts of the volume? That's what they create for the facts when they aggregate all the witnesses into one. That's the range, right? The top says plus 10, the bottom says minus 10. That's a range, and then you fine tune it within the range. The reason I believe that there was reasonable doubt is because there is a combination of those ranges where Carmelo Anthony could have felt that he was fighting for his life. Had the defense put Carmelo on the stand, what he would have done if he did not perform well is he would have closed the range of facts. He would have closed the range of truth for each of the facts. And therefore could have, if he did not perform well, eliminated the combination that supported self-defense. If he had done well, he would have closed the range of truth of each fact in a way that aligned with the defendant, with him. Okay, so if there was any reasonable doubt going in, had they called, this may have been their fear. When we do this analysis after the verdict has come out, now we say to ourselves, well, they should have just put him on the stand, because the worst that could have happened would be that he cost himself the case. But that's what happened anyway. So now, and hindsight is 2020. Now it's like, well, we could have let the kid go up there and actually fight for his life, right? But what the defense was probably thinking was that we've got this range, right? They've aggregated all of this testimony into one. We've got this range of truth for each of the critical facts, and there is a combination within those ranges that Carmelo wins this thing. That's probably why they didn't put him on the stand. And I would have said, right, that this just means not putting Carmelo on the stand, right? And the other thing Carmelo could have done on the stand is he could have closed some of the open loops, right? His attorney could have used his testimony to make certain arguments that were not made earlier in the case. But all hope is not lost, or would not have been lost, if defense had, it just meant that they had more work to do in their closing. And it looks like they did not do the work in their closing. So that's why I think Hunter and Carmelo, of course these are gambles, right? But the risk was that either of them could lose their temper, either of them could negatively impact the jury, and they both must have thought that they had a path to victory without calling their person. Okay, so the other thing is, in the case generally, the main job of both sides, and obviously the prosecution did this better than the defense, right? Because the defense, I mean, their whole thing got shot to who knows where. The main thing that they both have to do is establish on the timeline of events. They have to establish where along that timeline, and this is with any case, any trial, anything. The job of each side is to determine where on that line the problem started. Okay, so there's a timeline from left to right. The start of the timeline is the decision that Carmelo made to go under the tent. The end of the timeline was, when the police came, etc. So in that timeline, right, which we know all occurred within a couple of minutes, both parties are trying to drop a vertical line and say, this is the cutoff point. This is the line of demarcation. This is where the problem happened. Now, this is why people are so, the defense obviously is going to try to move the timeline earlier, right? They're going to say, from the minute Austin approached Carmelo and tried to move him, they're going to say that's where the problem started, and it started with Austin. The prosecution, however, is going to try to move that line of demarcation, right? In this timeline, where did the problem start? They're going to try to move it later in the altercation, and they're going to try to move it to the point where Carmelo said the words that they're saying are words of provocation, right? So in other words, the prosecution is going to try to move the line of demarcation, right? When did this thing go from a normal day to a bad situation? The prosecution is going to try to move it to much closer to when Carmelo pulled out that knife. The defense is going to try to move it much earlier in the exchange, okay? And one of the reasons that I think that people are split racially on this issue. Black people, you'll hear them saying, well, if Austin had never come up to Karmelo, this wouldn't be a problem. And what that harkens back to is this feeling that a lot of black people have, that white people believe that they are the ones who get to decide and regulate where black people can and cannot be, where they get to live, where they get to sit, where they get to get an ice cream cone. Right, and this is the Karens in the park, right? This is the Karens coming up to a black family that's having a barbecue and telling them, hey, you're not allowed to have a barbecue here. You got to move. This idea of black people feel that white people believe that they get to move black people whenever they want to, right? So they see a problem with the fact that Austin and his brother and their goons, that they even came over to Karmelo and told him to move. On the other hand, white people feel like they don't see any problem with that, right? They don't see the history that taps into, right? This kid did not own the property. He did not have the right to even tell Karmelo to move, let alone try to physically move him. But white people don't understand that is considered a massive offense, a massive threat to the survival, health, existence, and well-being of black people, right? So they don't see any problem with it. They don't see the line of demarcation, right, where the problem started. They don't see that as happening until Karmelo said what he said, right? Touch me and see what happens. That's where they see the problem starting. So this is why the two sides really can't agree on that. And I'm going to be honest, defense counsel did not do a good enough job of establishing that fact, and they had a rough jury. Okay, so but this is the main job in any dispute: establishing the line and where did the problem start. And these two, obviously, the prosecutor did a better job. Now, the other thing that people are talking about, and I've heard a lot of versions of this, and I we have to wait and see what the truth is. A lot of people keep saying that this was an all-white jury. I don't believe that was an all-white jury. I think I heard that there were 7 white men. There were 3 Asians and 1 Middle Eastern person, and I don't know who the other ones were, but I did not hear that this was an all-white jury. Now, here's the thing. Sometimes an all-white jury is better than a jury of immigrants, right? And if he had 3 Asians and 1 Middle Eastern, they may be first-generation immigrants, they may not be. Sometimes they can be very, very unpredictable. Okay, especially given everything that's going on right now about black people, and the Cyrus Carmack Belton kid and black people boycotting Asian salons and all this kind of stuff. But here's where the reason I say that sometimes an all-white, especially a large jury, the reason I say sometimes an all-white jury is better is because the chances that you have 12 white jurors who all have the same leanings is slim. It's slim, right?
Her last name is Grace. She's never really she did, but I didn't catch her first name.
It was not right for him to go up and tell the kid to move or to.
If I can see the cash app or anything, I'm gonna get ready to shut this down, y'all.
Difficult, right? They're very unpredictable.
I'm gonna check and see if I
you often don't know where they align. You don't know what biases they harbor.
Today. I can't give
Psychologically, we don't understand immigrants as well as we understand white people and black people, and that's just a fact. Right? We don't understand their culture. We don't understand their language. They are a part of the mainstream culture, but we are not a part of their culture. So we don't understand how their minds work as well. Another thing that we have to find out, did they have kids? We don't know. One of the things that had Karmelo testified about is that he could have shown that this kid, Eddie Parra, had broken his heart. And this is something that every parent can relate to. Right? Eddie really betrayed Karmelo on the stand. For his own survival. I get it, right? Eddie's in a tough spot, but he really did betray Karmelo. So what they could have brought out from Karmelo on the stand is like, wow, I literally just disrupted my entire life because I thought this guy was my friend and I was going up to say, hey, what's up to him? And now I find out on the stand after all these years that he doesn't even think of me the same. And what that would tap into is every single parent knows this feeling of when your kid comes home and says, Mom, nobody likes me. Hey, Mom, the other kids didn't let me play with them, right? If you're a mom and your kid comes home, right, your 8th grader comes home, your 6-year-old, whoever comes home and says, Mom, the other kids don't like me, you want to literally go to the school and hurt somebody. Like, this is how parents react over their kids, right? Had they put Karmelo on the stand and pulled that moment of vulnerability out of him, like, whoa, I thought I had a friend, but I don't have a friend. I think the parents could have related a little bit more to Karmelo. It was a missed opportunity. The other thing that you have to ask when it comes to the jurors, white people do believe that they have the right and the ability to remove black people from where they don't want black people to be. But they don't just do that to black people. They do it to lots of people. They believe that they are the controllers of property, of, and space and place and time. So with the jurors, the question would be, do they relate more to the mover or to the one who is being unfairly moved?
It's only knowing that no matter what you're doing online, if it's connected, it's protected with Spectrum Security Shield. It's only peace of mind. It's only everything.
Right? If they relate to, I think I heard that there were 7 white men.
He should
there
have
were
been quiet
3 Asians
when talking to the
and
police.
1 Middle Eastern person, and I don't know who the other ones were.
He
but
thought he was
I did
innocent.
not hear that this was an all-white jury. Now, here's the thing. Sometimes an all-white jury is better than a jury of immigrants, right? And if he had 3 Asians and 1 Middle Eastern, good enough job of establishing that fact, and they had a rough jury, okay? So, but this is the main job in any dispute, establishing the line and where did the problem start. And these two, obviously the prosecutor did a better job. Now, the other thing that people are talking about, and I've heard a lot of versions of this, and I we have to wait and see what the truth is. A lot of people keep saying that this was an all-white jury. I don't believe that was an all-white jury. I think I heard that there were 7 white men. There were 3 Asians and 1 Middle Eastern person, and I don't know who the other ones were, but I did not hear that this was an all-white jury. Now, here's the thing. Sometimes an all-white jury is better than a jury of immigrants, right? And if he had 3 Asians and 1 Middle Eastern, they may be first-generation immigrants, they may not be. Sometimes they can be very, very unpredictable, okay? Especially given everything that's going on right now about black people, and the Cyrus Carmack Belton kid and black people boycotting Asian salons and all this kind of stuff. But here's where sometimes the reason I say that sometimes an all-white, especially a large jury, the reason I say sometimes an all-white jury is better is because the chances that you have 12 white jurors who all have the same leanings is slim. It's slim, right? There would be at least one of them who can say, hey, it was not right for him to go up and tell the kid to move or to try to physically move the kid. Immigrants can be really, really difficult, right? They're very unpredictable because you often don't know where they align, you don't know what biases they harbor. Psychologically, we don't understand immigrants as well as we understand white people and black people, and that's just a fact, right? We don't understand their culture, we don't understand their language. They are a part of the mainstream culture, but we are not a part of their culture. So we don't understand how their minds work as well. Another thing that we have to find out, did they have kids? We don't know. One of the things that had Karmelo testified about is that he could have shown that this kid, Eddie Parra, had broken his heart. And this is something that every parent can relate to. Right? Eddie really betrayed Karmelo on the stand. For his own survival. I get it, right? Eddie's in a tough spot, but he really did betray Karmelo. So what they could have brought out from Karmelo on the stand is like, wow, I literally just disrupted my entire life because I thought this guy was my friend and I was going up to say, hey, what's up to him? And now I find out on the stand after all these years, That he doesn't even think of me the same. And what that would tap into is every single parent knows this feeling of when your kid comes home and says, Mom, nobody likes me. Hey, Mom, the other kids didn't let me play with them, right? If you're a mom and your kid comes home, right, your 8th grader comes home, your 6-year-old, whoever comes home and says, Mom, the other kids don't like me, you want to literally go to the school and hurt somebody. Like, this is how parents react over their kids, right? Had they put Karmelo on the stand and pulled that moment of vulnerability out of him, whoa, I thought I had a friend, but I don't have a friend. I think the parents could have related a little bit more to Karmelo. It was a missed opportunity. The other thing that you have to ask when it comes to the jurors, white people do believe that they have the right and the ability to remove black people from where they don't want black people to be. But they don't just do that to black people. They do it to lots of people. They believe that they are the controllers of property, and space and place and time. So with the jurors, the question would be, do they relate more to the mover or to the one who is being unfairly moved, right? If they relate to the right to tell people to get out of a place, right? If they believe that this kid, Austin, had the right to tell Karmelo to move, like he owned the place, right? Like he was a coach, like he was staff or whatever it was. If they relate to the ability and the right to move others, then they would not see any problem with what Austin did. But if you got a juror who could understand the being on the receiving side of being told that you don't belong here, you need to move, you don't have a right to be here, they might have sympathized with Karmelo. But again, they would have had to bring that out by putting Karmelo on the stand, which they did not do, right? So the jury, I mean, like I said, when I saw that the jury came back in less than like 2 hours, 3 hours, I was like, oh, this kid is cooked. They're not even debating murder and manslaughter, because even that, they often would ask for a further explanation of the charges, or it would take some time for them to sort of parse out the differences between the two statutes. So when it came back so fast, I knew that this defense had been obliterated back there. The next thing, and I'll just say this quickly, the witnesses, a lot of people were talking about these witnesses and what they said, what they didn't say. I didn't find any of these witnesses credible, in part because it's hard to be credible when something happens extremely fast, and the start of it is what drew your attention to it, right? There's always those first couple minutes or seconds that people didn't see until it got loud enough for them to start paying attention, right? But they had, right, so they had these conflicting accounts of what happened, which is, again, it's reasonable. Also, the defense had to handle those students very gingerly. Even if this defense counsel were a real bulldog in court, you can't be that way with children. And so a lot of things that they maybe wanted to push back on, they couldn't push back on. They couldn't really discredit them. And so that was like the defense having one hand tied behind their back, right? The other thing, like I said, the reason I find them all to be not quite credible is also because they're all still in school together. They're all still in the same community. Yeah. There was some talk on Law and Crime about whether or not, and also I think Meek at Night talked about it, whether or not there was some influencing of these children by Metcalf. Austin's father. I don't know. I didn't see it. I would like to believe that if a few people in the behind the bar saw it, meaning in the gallery where the spectators were, if they saw it, then I would like to believe also that the jury saw it and that the jury factored it in. I don't know. And the other thing, God forbid the defense had made them cry by being too hard on them, then in that case, it would be game over, right? But like I said, in hindsight, when you come out having lost the case anyway, you say to yourself, well, the guy should have gone for it. He should have just done all the things, and maybe one of those things, the choices that they decided not to make, had they decided, it may have made a difference, okay? So the other thing, the tent culture, I don't think is a big deal. I don't know if it weighed on them as much. There was conflict between the witnesses about whether it's a part of tent culture for the athletes to be going back and forth from each other's tents.
Yeah, but after you seen your friend lie on
I asked
you.
one of my friends who was a high-level college high school and college track person. And she said that, yes, it was not uncommon because these track meets might
At
last
17, you
all
thought your
day, and
friend
your
was
one
your
or two
friend.
events take literally a couple of minutes. So she said that it absolutely happens. It also, when you get to college, it's your chance to see your friends from high school, et cetera, et cetera. But it also could be socialized behavior, right? It could be state specific or county specific, right? Maybe some states the culture
Just
is
think about how
more,
many times
more
your mama
competitive,
had to
more
and daddy had to
isolated.
tell you that
Other
these people
states,
wasn't your friends and you
whatever. I know that at
was
some
gun ho with them. Hi,
track meets
Kimmy.
there are food
Hi,
trucks. At
Kim.
other track meets there are not food trucks. So that could be state specific. I don't know. The other question that I think ended up not really being a big one is why was
But
he there?
after the people
Why did
that
he
you
have the
thought was
knife?
your
I
star
don't-
witness lied
In
and
order
got flipped,
for the
I mean,
prosecution,
would you really
so
take that
basically what the
chance when
prosecution
everybody
is trying
done
to say
already
with
said that it was
is
you
that
plus your
he
star
came
witness?
there looking for trouble. But they would have had to say that this kid had decided, hey, I've got this knife in my pocket, I'm itching to use it, right? This tiny little knife, they don't get much smaller than 3.5 inches. I've got this tiny little knife, let me go see if I can cause some trouble and use it. If he wanted to take a knife to cause some trouble, I think he would have gotten a bigger knife. I don't know. I don't know how much
He ain't had no
weight
chance.
that had on the jury. To me, it's a little bit irrelevant. What we
And of course, like the dad said, they was following the attorney advice.
And they're stealing something, right? And this was what the Karmelo critics said earlier, like last year when it all came out. They were, people were like, well, what was he doing in there? Trying to steal from people's backpacks? That never even came up in the trial.
Nope.
So yeah, the prosecution had to go into
All of that stuff they was saying before had
the closing and
hell
established
yeah.
that
What do I
Karmelo was
have
there
left
with
to lose?
nefarious intent in the first place. He was looking for an opportunity to use that knife. Then he had to establish that these were words of provocation.
And at that
The
point,
defense
they
would have
thought
gone
that
into
there was
closing
reasonable
trying to
doubt.
establish that he had a reasonable fear.
He definitely
would have
had
highlighted
reasonable
the
doubt
witnesses who
proved
said that Karmelo
when
was
he
surrounded.
cross-examined
He would have
them and
highlighted
caught them
the
in
testimony
lies.
that said Karmelo was seated while the other guy was standing. He would have tried to establish that there was reasonable fear. It was an uphill battle, but there's so many missed opportunities that I see. So I said I would get back to why the defense ended so abruptly. I think that he probably did want to call other experts, but that somehow the prosecutor got the judge to agree that those witnesses should be excluded. Who might he have called? Could have called a self-defense expert.
Right.
He could have called a linguistics expert to talk about those words.
The judge was in it with the prosecutors.
On that, about what do these words mean, touch me and see what happens, right? Some people would say that initiated the conflict. Other people, especially in the Black community, know that when that is said, it is always
the judge denied
what just happened before it, right? It is always said in response to the perception
a lot of
where
stuff
this thing is
that he was wanting to present.
If I perceive that you're about to hit me based on what you just did, and I say, go ahead, hit me if you want to, or hit me and see what happens, that's not an invitation to hit me.
No.
It is a reaction to what I think you're about to do because of what you just
Of what
did,
you said you was going to do.
Come up and talk about that. Now, all of these people, the prosecution probably would have had a strong objection to, which may be, like I said, what was happening in those 2 hours, right? They were literally arguing about which of these witnesses could come. Also, there was the guy, the father, who said that he was in the tent because his daughter was there. This was back a year ago when everything first came out, and he said that Karmelo was jumped. I don't know if that came up, but that witness could have been, without knowing more about his background and things like that, that witness could have been dangerous.
I think he said he wasn't called.
If the prosecution put on a bunch of
he wasn't called to the stand,
and Karmelo's only witness was this older Black guy, it would have been associating Karmelo with older, bigger, right? Whereas the other witnesses for the prosecution, they were these sweet little school kids.
Badass.
Switch to Google Fi Wireless and get unlimited premium
in the game.
on most popular phone plans with maximum perks like 50 gigabytes
Set
of
him up.
high-speed hotspot tethering. Plus, stay connected on the go with no roaming fees in over 200 destinations. Switch to Google Fi Wireless to.
For Karmelo's witness to have been that older Black guy, it would have made Karmelo seem less like a child as well. So they had to balance all of this. So another thing that I want to talk about, right? Because I heard somebody say, well, Karmelo could have just run away. He took off running away afterwards, right? I'm not getting into, you know, the duty to retreat and all this kind of stuff, right? Texas does not have a duty to retreat, but here's why. There's three main reasons why some states don't have a duty to retreat and others do, okay? The first reason is that not having a duty to retreat, in theory, could be a deterrent to a criminal, right? If you're a criminal and your whole shtick is that you will just intimidate people to do what you want, if there's no duty to retreat, you have to think, wait a minute, this guy might not actually run off. Let me think twice about starting with him, right? So there is, in theory, there should be the deterrent effect. Now, what we know is that states that do have a castle doctrine and states that don't, right? States that do have a stand your ground and states that don't have a stand your ground, they have no difference in the rate of crime, violent crime, okay? So the second thing is that there's this capitalist concept of the sanctity of property. If you are on my property, and property has been defined by the courts to exist even when you're outside.
It's been like that for a while.
In my arc of safety, right? When I was a kid, we talked about not getting inside of people's arc of safety, right? That's what we learned in school. There is a sanctity to that, an autonomy and an agency that comes from having the right to exclude others from your space, from your property, from your arc of safety, right?
Right.
So, and that's at the root of capitalism, right? The ability to exclude people from your space, right? So if you believe that I have the right to tell you that you can't be here, you would not then turn around and require me to retreat, okay? And then the last thing is, it's too high of a duty to put on a defender to say that you have to retreat. It puts a high burden on that person, the potential defender, to scan the options, to assess the relative benefit of your options. I could run to the left, I could run to the right, I could run behind me, I could put up my dukes and fight, I could pull up, right? It's too high of a burden to put on the defender to say that they have to scan the room, assess the best, and then act.
Right.
Because they're required to retreat.
And their life is in danger.
So the last thing is, why does this defense counsel seem so inept? And I'm telling you, I held out because there are some trial attorneys that they do 90% of the work of their case in the closing arguments. Other defense counsel, they'll do the work during their main case, right? It's just a personal style. So I was holding out given how highly regarded this particular attorney is in that community. And of course, now the family obviously is questioning whether or not they hired the right guy, because I also did a video last year about why Karmelo's team kept changing.
Right.
They thought that they had the best attorney that money could get. And maybe they did. This was not an easy case, but this guy, I mean, I'm telling you, I could have had that jury back there for 2 days. If I had this case, I would have had that at least 2 days, even if they still came out with murder. It would not have been hey, anybody think this kid is innocent? Nope. Okay, judge, we're done, right? It would not have been that. But I don't know. I can't speak to this lawyer.
Right.
I don't know if he wasn't prepared. I don't know if he was too
He was
soft.
about.
I don't know if he got outfoxed by the prosecutor.
He just like Eddie. They flipped him. He a part of the team. Is the coach named Brandon Wynn? I did see that name somewhere. Is he black? We never get treated fair. He gonna get treated fair now?
I don't know, right? You have to remember that the prosecutor's office has tremendous resources, and they have lots of junior attorneys to help with this thing. The defense counsel has themselves or a small team. I don't know. I thought that he would pull it off in the closing. The other thing is,
they never even let us hear the closing.
Maybe he was leaving room for appeal, right? The thing about saying to that witness, oh, we've never met each other, right? Everybody was like, how could you not have met one of your witnesses to prepare your witness? He could have been leaving room for appeal. I don't know. So I don't know. When you
because
together, Karmelo Anthony
Eddie wouldn't answer the call.
I didn't even have time to get out my concerns about the case before the jury was back. So
the mail, he had to be subpoenaed.
You tell me. I don't know. I mean, they literally got obliterated. I mean, it's almost a humiliation for your jury to come back in 2 hours. Are you
He
kidding?
knew that.
So anyway, that's all I got. I don't know how to tell. Oh yeah, thank you. The fact that there were no black jurors, and again, I don't know the racial makeup of the jury. I don't know the racial.
We gotta stop dodging jury duty.
Easily come back on appeal.
Me included.
I'm just looking at your comments to see if there's. Tanya T said this should be overturned due to all the corruption. Yeah, there were rumors that Austin and Hunter's father knew the judge and that they had interacted in different places.
And the DA.
Someone said it looks to me like Eddie lined them up. I think Eddie did him wrong. There's no question about that. Oh, thank you, Alice. Alice said, goodness, I've been waiting on you specifically to give your commentary. I appreciate that. And you know what? I actually have.
I'm glad I found her. I had her last year.
In the next week. But you guys, I literally am in court this week. I literally am in court tomorrow. I thought I had a couple more days. That's what I'll say, right? What's today? Tuesday? I thought they would be back there at least a couple days. I could jump in on this. I actually am in court tomorrow.
Okay, before I go, I want to hear Bishop Eli. He went in hard and he prayed. I don't know if he went on Old Boy's show today, but he definitely played. Bishop Eli invited him to his show, and his passion was still in his voice. And then he asked, could I pray for your, can I pray us out? Before he left. Hold on, let me get to it. I thought it was profound. Bless Bishop Eli.
So,
and I definitely know people who know him. He was just at somebody's funeral that I know. I've been knowing since childhood.
They can trick you, not.
And then I know people who used to go to his church on Dixon, who, yeah. So who knew him before he accepted his calling, while he was out in them streets. So shout out to Bishop Eli. He was concerned in the beginning, but after he talked to, I showed y'all when he went on Real Life Street Stars and he sat down and got the gist of what was going on. He has made it his issue to stand in and be a voice. Let's go. I'm not playing it from the beginning because this is a very long live. I just want to catch some of Bishop Eli. I was going to get him before he prayed, but let me go back and get a little of it. Let's go.
Matter of fact, let me flip here. We're black already. Imagine waking up, going to... Yes. Let's go, Pastor. Tell people something. Black people, can I tell you something with y'all and some of the white people that support and spend whoever
give him his flowers. Absolutely.
This kid in this era, because we do know 35 years is out of control for the simple fact this kid don't have a track record being a gangster. Don't have a track record of showing that this kid deserved 35 years. If he was a murderer, yeah, he deserved life because he gave life. He took a life. But he didn't take it intentionally.
Nope.
He didn't try to kill him intentionally.
Nope.
He was not looking for a fight intentionally. He was sitting down on the bench, and he didn't know that officer will come up and try to put his hand on him. Even though they were arguing, he was trying to sell it, and he tried to warn him. He said, "Touch me and see." He was letting them know, "Hey man, don't come touch me." He was even trying to warn him.
He was just bluffing.
A real gangster don't say nothing. He gonna let you come on up there and pour that blade out of him and not just hit you one time, hit you three times.
Right.
Then just like people try to go bad on Jasmine Crockett. One thing I can say about Jasmine Crockett, y'all can say whatever you want to say. She stand up for what's right.
You talking about Bishop?
A lot of leaders, a lot of protesters, a lot of pastors ain't gonna get out there on that lump. You know why? Because they worrying about how it's gonna make them look. That's why I know she's for the people. She took a risk. Anything she said, they was gonna twist it. But she made a statement because she understands the justice system. She understands how the system works. She have saw where Caucasian had got off many cases. Even that young boy, they call about those Skittles that, and they killed him. And that guy, what's his name? He got away with it. She knows the system. She know
Right.
George Floyd. She know all these things that people keep
No,
saying.
he talking
If it wasn't
about
for the cameras, y'all don't know what black folks go to. Y'all don't know how many times I got jumped on by the police. How I
right.
got my whole face wet up and there wasn't no camera to see it. And when I told somebody, nobody believed it. And if they did believe it, they didn't care and they didn't do nothing about it. So when
Something
she
house.
spoke, she didn't
Rittenhouse.
speak from her emotion. She didn't speak from blackness. That's not what she's saying. Y'all try to turn it and make it look like she was talking about facts. She was saying if it was turned the other way, be honest.
Right.
If it was turned the other way, do y'all really
He wouldn't
think
have been
if
charged.
it was some black guys walk up to a white guy? Let's look at reality. You gotta look at it all. And the white guy could have been starting it. They're gonna say, oh no, these black guys, they scare him, they was finna hurt him. They didn't even touch him. And he stuck one of them and killed him. Do y'all think that if we put all black jury, it was no white jury, and it's
Oh
all
no.
black,
It'd have
then
been
the white folk gonna
overturned.
be in that courthouse. It's all blacks. No, they gonna be fun. They gonna be fair. It's all black. You know what's wrong with us? You never saw in history where it's all black jury. You never saw that in history.
And we don't vote.
But you got
I mean,
all.
because we don't
Think about that, man.
jury duty.
Think about that, man. White people do have a privilege in this country.
Yeah, and they know we lazy. I'm
Like,
telling you, they think we lazy.
how many all-white juries do you think it has been in the United States over time?
Never.
Probably just
Never.
millions. You've never seen an all-black jury. Imagine if you was going to court and you had an all-black jury. This pastor is cooking, man. I told y'all before, man, listen, man, imagine waking up white. Not saying that y'all should want to wake up white. I'm just saying hypothetically, just walk with me for a second. Imagine waking up white and, you know, from a kid going to school, all of the history they teach you is white. That's your so-called history. Matter of fact, let me flip here. We're black already. Imagine waking up, going to school, and most of the history is black. Most of the police are black. Jesus black. God black. Even fake Santa Claus black. The Easter Bunny black. Right? The cue ball is black on the pool table. The president, most of the presidents of the United States is black. Most of Congress is black. Just imagine if mostly everything was black. This is why a lot of white folk think that they are, you know, entitled. Right?
Yeah, and Jeff Metcalf thinks that his kid,
think about that, man.
His bully ass, thug ass
man.
sons are entitled to beat up everybody,
Pastor
and they
is
got to
cooking.
take that butt with them.
Oh, non-black jury never blacks. No, they gonna be fun. They gonna be fair. It's all black. You know what's wrong with us? You never saw in history where it's all black jury.
Never.
You never saw that in history. But you got all non-black jury. Come on, y'all. Think.
That's crazy.
Never in history.
They would never go for that.
All black jury. You think the court system gonna sit back and say nothing? You think people gonna say, well, it's all right. That's why I call Uncle Tom blacks. Because you're judging and saying it's okay. But if you want to be fair, even if you felt like the young man did it intentionally, at least you said, well, let's balance it out. Let the people have morals, emotion.
That's why you have to check the integrity.
He just said something that really struck my mind. We have not regularly seen an all-black jury. I mean, I haven't seen it. If someone have seen it, can you please put that in the comments? I started off.
Yeah, that made 607 Unc stand up. Because it's true, man. It makes you think. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think we as black folk really put everything into perspective the way it need to be. I don't think we think about it this way. If you really thought about it this way on a regular basis, then you will understand what kind of environment we really live in.
Kind of thinking like, you know, a knife is a murder is a murder. But now I understand that it's not a murder, it was a killing, right? And that killing actually took place because someone would actually...
Shout out to 607 man. I'm starting to think 607 was trolling the whole time.
Being approached and told over 13 times to move and being bullied. Listen, y'all know I didn't think that at first, right? I didn't look at it in that sense. I still don't understand why he had the knife, but I do understand that people have to protect themselves and to have a knife. And the only reason I said that is I don't...
The knife was a multi-tool. It was more than just a knife on the tool. It was a multi-tool, 607 607 he just needs to be more informed about this whole
Not because they just have a thug mentality.
I don't deal with weapons, but I understand that weapons are needed in the environment that people live in.
Can I say something? My wife carried a weapon.
I get that. I'm
everywhere we go. Guess what I told her one day?
I
said, we finna go to church. Why is you carrying that gun? Put that gun up. Guess what she told me? She said, I'm a woman. You a man. I said, what that mean? She said, you might can protect yourself, but I got kids. Anything can happen anytime, any day. She said, you don't remember when we was in New Orleans and that man approached us? The only way we got out of it because of what you did. She said, but look at this here. She told me that made sense. She said, I don't carry a gun because I'm looking for trouble. She said, I carry a gun just in case trouble come my way.
Right.
And watch that. Anthony, Karmelo, Anthony wasn't looking for trouble, but you brought trouble his way.
Right.
Why did you bring trouble his way?
Right.
Because you decide. Because somebody told you, be a hero or be a stand-up guy or be whatever. You think you have authority.
Take one for the team.
Only tell him 15 times to get up from under 10. You can pull it and make him. Nobody saw that. If he never had to try to force him, the boy told him, just don't touch me.
You'll be alive.
You still be alive.
Make a lot of Bible sense. Listen, I don't know. There's a lot of ways y'all can support this case. A lot of ways y'all...
Karmelo Anthony told him,
we cool.
Just don't touch me, bro.
Right.
If you...
They didn't respect
the audacity and the arrogance in his whiteness, in Austin Metcalf's whiteness, made him refuse to listen to this black kid because he was black.
You crazy.
All because Karmelo Anthony was black. But if he would have humbled himself and listened to that black kid and said, you know what, I'm not going to touch you, I'm going to respect you. He felt like he didn't have to listen to that black kid because they owned that damn tent. They felt
they didn't own it. It was their school tent.
They felt like they owned the tent. Yeah, I ain't got to listen to you. You black. And this Frisco. It's basically what Austin Metcalf was telling. I don't have to listen to you. You black and this Frisco. But if he would just listen to Karmelo, just like the pastor said and 607 on it, he would have still been alive, man.
Yeah.
Just don't touch me.
You'll be alive.
You still be alive.
Make a lot of Bible sense. Listen, I don't know. There's a lot of ways y'all can support this case. A lot of ways y'all can get involved. If you believe that this was unjust, I advise everybody to get involved if you want to get involved, if you believe that it was unjust, right? As far as Toss the White and the Watermelon Felon Church, listen, whatever you do, you do. I believe that was the white man that did it first.
Can I say something? Y'all hear me, please? Because you don't know what's real. Social media say anything. It's Cardi B, Lil Boosie. I always love Lil Boosie.
Lil Boosie, yeah.
I know Lil Boosie. I like his real and he's got a heart. I'm not somebody say, oh, he say he love a sinner. That's not what I'm saying. I love T.I. I love what's his name? Rick Ross. I'm talking about people who done came out and made statements. We got voices. Here's the problem I got. If you got these people that you say, these pastors, and I'm not coming down the path, but I got to say something to the pastor.
Let's go.
Freddie Haynes stood up. I'm surprised Jamal Bryan ain't saying nothing. That's shocking.
No, take a shot. Take a shot, Pastor.
Pew, pew.
I'm surprised Jamal Bryan ain't said that. I ain't surprised. I'm not surprised one bit.
But these artists, these famous people who have came out to not only say something, but to give their money. Oh, it's a pastor out of the Potter House. I want to thank him. He's the pastor of TDJ Church now. He said something, and they try to condemn him. Never feel. The Bible said, "Be careful when all men think well of you." When you stand up for justice, never look for peace in it, because it's always going to be a problem. But will make people realize that you're the truth because you stand against something that could affect you. I respect people who will lay their life down for the people. I disrespect people who don't lay their life down for the people. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, they lay their life down for the people. You might not agree with everything Martin Luther King said, but he died for the people. You might not agree with everything Malcolm X did, but he died for the people. Those the people that I believe in.
Thank you, Blue, for the jewels. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And Martin Luther King made a statement. He said, if you're not willing to die for what you believe in, you're not even fit to live. Watch this here.
That's what he said.
So this is my point to everybody. I don't care what your opinion is. I don't care what you think about Karmelo Anthony. I don't care what you think about
Don't touch
Austin.
me.
I wish Austin would have made a wide decision and when got somebody with some authority and got that guy moved from under the tent. Since it was that bad, you didn't want him to be up under that tent. It was that bad. You didn't care if it was raining. If you was just upset by him being there because he's not on your team, if it was that bad, you should have went and got somebody. Then let me say this here. Then I want to say this here to everybody that want to point out the fact he should just move. Put your kid in that boy's shoes. I wish Karmelo would have got up and ran. But you know why that woman that was sitting on the back of that bus, you know why? Was in the front of the bus and they told her get in the back of the bus and she didn't move. They asked her a bunch of times to move.
Talking about Rosa Parks. This pastor ain't been doing nothing but cooking, man. I'm gonna try my best to get in touch with this pastor, man. Shout out to Queen 88, man.
They did everything. Move. She didn't move. Maybe this kid know that for years, white people been telling us to do this and clown us and tell us to do this and tell us to do that. He might have felt in his heart, I'm not moving because I feel in my heart you doing it for the wrong reason. You're not doing it because you're trying to do the right thing. You're doing it because you're trying to belittle me in front of all these kids. You're doing it because you're trying to show me that you're tougher than me. You're doing it because you feel like you can make me move. And the woman that stayed on the bus, a lot of people said she should have moved. But she made history.
Rosa Parks.
Rosa Parks
made history, and this have just made history, right? And it's crazy, right? Listen, I'm gonna say this.
If you really think about it, man, Carmelo Anthony is like a modern day Rosa Parks, for real.
No captivity.
That's
like
true.
a modern day Rosa Parks, man. You know,
Stand your ground.
That's why
I mean, he wasn't.
We fight.
He
for
was
Carmelo
supposed.
So
the law was
hard,
supposed to be on his side
right?
because
And
he
so
followed the law.
Because we know that he had every right to be
defend
where
himself.
he was.
Yeah. And
right?
defend himself.
And you know, these racist white folk have to stop raising their kids up to feel that entitled to think that they have the authority. And somebody wrote in the chat, they called Cassidy to tell a black kid to move instead of going to get an official, instead of going to get a coach. And here's a good question. What do y'all think the coach would have did if Austin would have went and got that coach? You think the coach would have made Carmelo move?
No.
I don't think the coach had the right to make Carmelo move either. If Austin would have went and got the coach, 9 times out of 10, if the coach was actually responsible, right? And if he was actually following the guidelines,
right, he
would have told Austin, hey, listen, he's okay. He's sitting in the bleachers. He's not bothering anybody.
Right.
As long as he's not bothering anybody, he's okay.
Right. That's what the coach would have said. Absolutely. Because they didn't have the manpower to put up the tent. It was pouring down raining. That's exactly what the coach would have said. He's okay. Let him stay. Has he done anything? And that's the truth. to the matter. And he was under their tent the week
I believe the
before.
coach would have said it's okay. Because the coach could have got rolled up. That's how bad it was,
yeah.
right?
But he was up under the tent, Memorial's tent, the last track meet with Eddie.
I don't even think the coach would have made Karmelo Anthony move.
No.
Appreciate your take on the situation. I appreciate you actually coming and letting my platform know, right? Because everybody's watching this from home and everybody's concerned, right?
Yes.
But
a lot of people have never been to Texas.
And from now on, when somebody bring up, oh, Austin wanted Karmelo to move from under his tent, that was his tent.
It wasn't his tent.
From now on, when somebody bring that up to y'all, y'all ask them, if Austin would have went and got the Coach Starr, do you think the coach for Memorial High School would have asked Karmelo to move? That need to be y'all next question. While it was ringing.
They don't know. But listen, before we get out of here, I want you to tell people exactly anything that they can do to help support this.
I like this. Listen, you can call his dad. I ain't gonna put his number out there, but you can call me. I'll contact his daddy. My number, I give it to the world, 214-434-0252.
Hold on.
Shout out to Bishop
I don't think
Eli.
you should have gave your number out like that.
He true to it.
Call me.
They can do to help support.
I mean, he's solid.
I like this. Listen, you can call his dad. I ain't gonna put his number out there, but you can call me. I'll contact his daddy. My number, I give it to the world, 214-434-0252, and I'll make sure 214-434-0252, and I'll make sure I'm gonna let you send it to me. I'll connect you with him to be able to stop letting people tell y'all they spent money about cars and how that's a lie. The money they took, some of it, they had to keep moving from place to place because they was getting threatened, and they couldn't work. The daddy got fired because they sent letters. They ain't telling y'all that.
Somebody, Nate said, there you go, Freezer. Yeah, ain't God good?
To get him fired, the mama didn't have a job, so they had to survive off of the money that y'all gave them.
Right.
So they in the same situation. So if they can trick you not to give it to them, if they can lie and say they bought house and cars, but nobody testified, nobody came and said we lied, you can see for the fact that's a lie. But nobody.
Once you give, you give from the heart.
You know, that black guy that don't like them. He never.
Man, I think Pastor been watching my show, man.
Get away for the thug.
I think Pastor been watching No Captivity with Freezy. I think he been watching my show.
But everybody's saying the same stuff.
Y'all want me to call him now?
I'm the only one that goes in a different route. Shut up now. Stop tripping.
Hold on, let me see. I'm going to call him now.
After this, I'm leaving. Shout out to No Cap.
Hey, may I speak with Pastor Eli?
This Bishop. What's going on?
Oh, Bishop Eli. How you doing, Bishop? This is No Captivity with Freezy. I'm doing a live stream right now, and I got like 3,000 people watching me, and I just want to say, man, you did a great job on 607 if I just want to know if it's
they
okay
think
if I call you
everybody's
tomorrow
about
to try to get you on my
numbers.
show. I'm gonna send you the link to. I'm covering you right now.
They think everybody is about numbers, and everybody's not about numbers.
Everybody in my audience want to say thank you to you. I don't know if it's too late, but I just felt the spirit move me to call you, Bishop.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. It's not. I'm just a servant. You know, that's all I do. And I thank everybody for listen to me. Just trying to do something that a lot of people won't do and stand up for the truth. Lay your life down for the people, and always exercise truth. Always investigate everything in front of you. Just can't believe everything you hear and see, because a lot of people are talking stuff they not willing to lay their life down for. And so those kind of people, they benefit themselves. But when you learn to trust God and do the thing that we owe God. We owe God our life. And so, but we the last days. And so this ain't nothing. Y'all haven't saw nothing yet. It's finna get crazy. Because the enemy knows his time is short. But I appreciate, I don't know which show you looked at, because I got so many.
We're looking at 607 Unc. You was with him. He had like a white ski mask on or whatever.
Yeah, you gotta go white ski mask. I don't know which
I think the show called Streets Unplugged or something like that.
I know. I'm trying to see. Was it there when he interviewed me, sitting on the?
Yeah, y'all was sitting on opposite ends of a table, and he had white on, and you had a white T-shirt on and white hat on too.
Okay, yeah, that's a good interview. But I just did one the other day. If y'all go look at it, it's on Prison 101.
Prison 101. I seen that one last night. Yeah.
And so I think that was a better one because I like to hear what I'm saying. I just like to be talking just for free. I'm not trying to be famous. I just want to get the truth out. And so
get the truth
I
out.
don't have a problem
Not
coming
being
on
on
your
the
show. And I
sidewalk,
wish your
not
show
being in
the
the
best.
middle.
Appreciate you, guys. I mean, Bishop, I'm sorry. Disrespect.
That's all right. Title don't mean nothing, but let you guys know. Keep us in prayer. And I love you guys. And
we love you too.
Doing what you're doing. And matter of fact, you don't mind, can I pray for y'all real quick?
Oh, and you finna bring a tear to my eye. Go ahead. Everybody, you got 2,500 people listening to you. Go ahead.
Father God, we just thank you for your grace. We thank you for your mercy. We thank you, God, for what you're about to do. And God, just pray, God, that your will be done. Let no man snatch your glory, God, as if it's his. But God, you know man's heart, God. You know our mind, God. You know our weakness. But God, give us the strength to see like you, hear like you, God. Give us the strength to love those, God, that are least. And God, let us understand, God, your perfect will. You said, God, that no weapon formed against us shall prosper, and that every tongue that rise against us shall be condemned.
Yeah.
But God, raise up a man of God, a woman of God, God, that will stand up for you, God, that you may manifest your word through them, God. That, God, they may understand, God, that in this life we don't have a life. But, God, we know that you will manifest in the flesh. And, God, just pray, give us wisdom that man cannot give us, but give us a peace that the world cannot take. And God, I just pray for this young man, God. Just pray, continue to give him boldness and wisdom, God. And those that are listening, God, they will be humble, God, to give you a chance to speak to us, God. God, we don't claim to know everything, but God, if we trust you, God, you're able to heal the brokenhearted. You're able to heal the nation. And God, we thank you. And Father, just pray everything that he needs, God, to put out. True message, God, true word, God. And give people opportunity, God, to hear from you. And God, I thank you. I thank you for everyone, God. I pray for them. Someone that have a need, somebody about to give up, somebody thinking about suicide, somebody thinking about hurting someone, God. Turn this heart, God, and let them understand that you are God. And God, we trust your word because that's the only thing that men have. And we thank you, Father, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. All praise
Amen.
God.
Amen.
Bishop, I'm gonna tell you something. I done heard several people speak on this. People that claim to, know the family. I'm just saying, you one of the realest ones I done heard speak on this whole thing.
Solid.
I'm telling you.
I appreciate you so much.
This is what I'm gonna do,
Solid.
Bishop, because I want to keep you, because it sounded like you was kind of asleep, and I feel bad.
I'm feeling, no, you don't never feel bad. I'm good. I was laying here. I don't get much sleep because have people call me that's in jail. I support guys in jail because I did 15 years in prison, and God gave me a chance. I told him to give me
A
a
second chance.
however you want to use me, and I owe God, because I don't supposed to be here. And so I appreciate it. But definitely,
I'm gonna send you the link to this show so you can watch it, and if it's okay, I'm gonna call you tomorrow to see how we can schedule you to come on this show right here too. You don't have to travel. I'm gonna just send you a link, and you can just come on live remote from your house, from your computer.
Okay. All right, buddy. I appreciate you. Love you.
Love you too, Bishop.
Oh, that's what's up. Bishop, These people went through great lengths to hide the truth.
And
Absolutely.
y'all see how God worked.
Absolutely. They intentionally. Okay, I thought that was going to be my
And there's
last
some
one, but
real
something else
stand-up
just
men
popped up.
on this thing.
Absolutely.
Bishop is a real one, man.
And
He's a
Bishop,
real one.
I listen, I appreciate anybody who had, one mindset in the beginning, but as they did the research, I mean, I don't know why they didn't see it. It's I'm not gonna sweat that, but at any time that you have a renewing of the mind and you let God direct you, I don't care nothing about the street politics. I don't care about none of that. None of that. You know, I accept that and I received it with the renewing of the mind. This kid followed the law. The law failed him. And we can come up with every other excuse, every other logic. And when we do that, we downplaying not just this kid, but ourselves, because they will bypass you. They will, present you with anything, make you have to take a plea when you know that you're innocent. So it's time out for that. Stand on the truth, and the truth will set you free. And it may not set you free, it means that God has a purpose for your pain. That means that God is bigger than the situation, and He's going to use it. And you're just a vessel that is going through that process. And that's just kind of how I have to look at that. We've all suffered something, and not to this degree. But there are a lot of innocent people in prison. That's why I don't have respect for women who call the police on their baby daddy and, their boyfriend and lie. Get them locked up because they got another girlfriend or they got caught cheated. I cannot stand when females do that. I cannot stand when the women and men, lie to get people locked up. I cannot stand it. That's just like when people were enslaved and Toby or Bigfoot tried to escape, get to freedom, and you got a Uncle Tom saying, "Well, your boss, he ran that way over there, and he took some of the food, and he's about 10 minutes ahead, and he said he was heading off." And they round up everything like he gonna get a extra cookie or something. That's how I feel about people who call the laws on people unnecessarily because they feelings hurt, or they gonna teach somebody a lesson, or, oh, okay, all that stupid stuff. That's stupid stuff. But anyway, because I don't want to get stuck on that because I can't. This is gonna be it, y'all. Willie D. He said, I think if it's the same one I've already heard.
Megan Metcalf, the mother of Austin Metcalf, who was killed at a track and field event in Texas last year, hopped on a live to talk about the case at length. This is the aftermath of Karmelo Anthony being sentenced to 35 years in prison. She talked about
because it's being leaked, y'all. Because see what's happening.
Spoiler alert.
Tell you the worst thing they could have done, and I'm glad they did, was Metcalf went on that racist rant and started calling folk niggas and all the watermelons and all of that MAGA, Making America Great Again, good old white boys, and then the judges and stuff that went along with it, who really know the law. No, he went too far. He was doing too much. I saw it somewhere. I should have sent it to myself where White Frisco, KKK, said, "Oh, Jeff Boy went too far. He was drunk and went too far. He let Charleston White trick him out of his spot." Or he said he been holding on to it too long. He had a gag order because they was doing what they needed to do to cover up for Frisco. Shut up. Stop going over there fooling with them. flipping the script, lying. Now you the victim. And Karmelo Anthony was the victim. Your son is the casualty. That's why we gotta stop sugarcoating shit. Because everything that you sugarcoat is what they gonna use to throw up and cover up the truth. Your son was not a victim. He's a casualty. He should have kept his hands to himself. Y'all don't like the truth because y'all are known for lying, talking about somebody black did something to y'all, knowing good and damn well you started it. And I ain't gonna say Megan looked like one who will do that. I'm just saying that's what it is. So they don't need no help from you niggas. Oh yeah, boss. Somebody died, they going to jail, they kill us all the time and they don't go. So what the fuck are you saying? I understand the laws wasn't made for us, but it's in the book. That law is there. And you can't just bypass it whenever you want to. I know. Trump do it all the time. But you ain't Trump. And his days are numbered. That's why he's scared of midterm. He don't want to hear nothing that start out mid. Because he's scared as fuck. Yeah. Carry on. I gotta go.
She thinks that the jury went light on Karmelo Anthony.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Check it out.
Hi, Megan. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, Megan.
Oh, hi, guys. I'm just coming to say hi to B. What's up, Coach?
I just got done talking about your boy for 2 hours.
Oh, well, I did get the message that you were going to be on, and my sister her daughter had a volleyball game, and then I took my dad to dinner for Father's Day because he was out of town. So, but I was going to try to come in and say hi. So, I haven't listened to much, but this last bit what you were referring to as far as him coming into the tent, go. Coming into the tent after Austin and Hunter and all the other guys that were there, that is absolutely true. You can see him walk up and sit down.
Mm-hmm.
So
you actually see his gray hoodie. You see the gray hoodie.
Yeah.
When he takes his stride in the back, you could see the gray hoodie on the back. I don't know why people are arguing that still. It's really dumb.
So Megan, I have watched that footage and I have broken it down timestamp by timestamp. And let's see, I have it right here. Austin walks in and Hunter runs up to him and like jumps on his shoulders, which was kind of...
Yeah, that's the typical. They're like goofing around, yeah.
To me, I'm not even gonna lie, like a little tear came to my eye because that was like the last like big interaction. Yep. And I was like, that's just a sweet moment. So that was at 9:47, 9:48, Hunter enters the tent, and then Austin follows. 9:50.07, Mello enters the tent. 9:51, Austin moves towards Mello. 9:52, the yellow poncho shows up. 9:53, Austin puts his hand on Mello, and then 9:54. So within 4 minutes. And I have broken that film down. I have watched it because
Austin put his hands on Mello. Okay.
I'm like, clearly we have gotten something wrong with what is being said. And we've been right all along. Like, I don't know if you've heard any, like, Sassy Veronica and I have always been on Austin's side. Always.
Oh, yeah.
And everything we have said is exactly how that happened. And we were just going off of the police report.
Right, I know, and that's the crazy part is like it was obvious from the beginning, but you're gonna get these crazy.
Now remember, the police report was written by the police in Cowley County, Texas.
It's a crazy time. That's all I'll say. It's a crazy.
Can you bring up Florida? Can you bring up Florida from the queue?
Yeah. Megan, can I ask you something? Was Hunter sitting?
I don't know, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a big fan of you, so.
I know. It's not a bad question though.
Well, Hunter was sitting like down a couple bleachers in front of Mello because I seen his face was looking straight ahead. He wasn't even paying attention behind him. So was he looking?
I would say yes, but I don't know how you can see his face. But
Well,
I mean,
they lightened it up on Twitter. You could see his
yeah,
hair.
of course,
You know, his hair.
yeah.
So it looked like him.
You can say that all day long, but it is what it is at this point. Hunter was not near Karmelo to the point where it was going to be an aggressive nature by any stretch of the.
Well, that's strange, Megan, because there are reports that Hunter was the first to approach Mello. He was the first one to kick it off. And that is the reason why Hunter was really disturbed about the sequence of events in the aftermath of the stabbing, is because Hunter allegedly felt some type of guilt.
I agree.
Florida, do you have something to add to that? Because I know that you know a little bit about that.
Hi, Megan. It's Florida Girl. Do you remember me?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
It's good to finally talk to you. I know we've texted a little bit.
Yes.
And I just want to tell everyone that I had a lot of information prior to him going to trial. That included speaking to a witness that verified that your son Hunter was sitting the whole time during the altercation.
Yeah.
And the witness also verified that Karmelo Anthony came in after your sons. And
Okay, family. Listen, I heard what she said. You heard what she said.
They out to the video.
Let's use our minds just for a moment. I know some of us, we don't really use our minds all the time.
We know that that's not true. That's out to the video.
Let's use our brains just for a moment.
They trying to save Austin.
She said at no point during the altercation that Austin's twin brother Hunter moved towards the incident. At no point during the altercation. Family.
That's why they didn't want us to see the video.
Brother, your sibling,
that was protecting
your
him.
sister, your brother, whatever, is in a heated argument. And you just sitting down the whole time. Your brother is standing up. Your sibling is standing up in a heated argument.
Can I get y'all to hit the like button?
And you just gonna sit down? Hunter already said, hey, Austin always had my back. Man, give me a thumbs up if you believe that, fam. Give me a thumbs up if you believe Hunter sat down during the entire 4-minute altercation. He didn't do nothing. He just sat there. He didn't
the
stand
ghost
up
of Austin
one
gonna
time.
get
His
him?
brother looked like he in a physical altercation, and he just gonna sit there.
They know if he say he put hands on him,
out of the bunch,
then that means that he is supposed to be charged for the murder
thumbs down if you say, hell
of his
nah,
brother.
Man, I'm not buying it. I don't care. You're selling it for a penny.
That's what they're trying to avoid, his brother and his friends being charged with the murder.
the video also shows that Karmelo Anthony enters the stadium after Hunter and Austin are sitting down in the tent. I believe they are at 9:54. Carmelo Anthony enters the stadium.
The witness said that he was already there talking to a friend.
Yeah, I haven't broken it down that much, but watched that body specifically the entire time. And it is clear.
Because I was always looking for the truth.
Hey, Brandon, do you need me to let you down?
Oh,
yes.
That's why they got several different
I just wanted to
videos.
come up and say hi to you.
That's why they got several different videos and why they chose in the beginning only to show that Grady, that real gray one, no good footage, you know, until it had to leak. Yeah, I remember I said the videos got to leak. They got to leak, and then they started leaking.
About did you tell them about the picture that you saw?
I did.
Yeah, that's so awesome. It's like that was God's son.
Hanging around. We were stalling until you got back, Megan. We've been trying to stall.
Hold tight, fam. First big shocker coming up.
Thank you.
Cover up.
But yeah, I talked about that picture and how proud I was to see it.
Well, but it's a godsend, though, in my opinion. I truly believe, like, you were put there because of that. Like, it just kind of for everything, which I'm just so grateful that you're in our lives, and I'm still a part of Hunter's life, and I wish you all nothing but the best on your endeavor out at that school. So
absolutely, thank you so much. And I'll always be there for Hunter.
Absolutely.
And Jeff. So anything y'all need, never be afraid to reach out. I see y'all from time to time, and I'm gonna continue to support you guys and pray for you guys.
100%, bud.
Love you, Megan.
100%. Love you too, bud.
Guys, thank you guys for having me here. I hope I could speak, about Austin and what he meant to me and the whole community, and really get that point across. Remember to pray for everybody involved, and hopefully we can move forward together through this, and just be better. And that's it.
Yeah,
thank
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, I want to
Thank you,
thank
guys.
you because you humanized who Austin was. And that is just carrying on his memory. The more you talk about him, he continues to live on. So thank you for allowing my panel to be the first time you speak.
Some of these
it meant
kids
so
got
much, and
scholarships.
you're welcome back anytime. And thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you guys so much. Shout out, Coach. Shout out, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Oh, Coach.
Thank you for being a good person. So much. We appreciate you.
Guys, this is my first time on TikTok. How do I get out of here?
I'll get you.
Drop you. Take a left and then a right. Right?
They said a video, one of them boys gave the coach something.
He is the most amazing young man. And he's just a light.
It was a cover up for him too.
In just a little bit of time he was up here, you can definitely see that we need more of him out there around our children, because it's positive.
1,000,000%. He was, he actually made it to the hospital, was with all the kids afterward. And I remember seeing him when I had walked outside at one point to get a breath. And I completely broke down.
I thought he died on the park.
Because it was just, you just get that feeling of, I know he felt
Did they bring him back?
That he could have done something, and he even said that to me as he was hugging me, and just those feelings of it.
He shouldn't have canceled the track meet.
It breaks my heart, but I just know I've tried to tell all of the coaches that there was nothing that you could have done. I mean, yes, there could have been someone under there to help, but who knows? It happened how it happened. But I try to get these guys not to way down on that, because that's just a hard, for him to be so young and to carry a burden. I'm trying to get him with every ounce to just be, be better, move on from it. And so can I tell you that I don't like to talk negative on the kid, because I don't know him personally. But I will say that all of these people that are saying that he was so much better than Austin at football and so many things, first off, you can't compare two different positions. You know that, right? Like that's all. It's just near impossible. But the fact remains of the accolades that Austin received. He was ranked in Texas, and as a linebacker.
I don't think a lot of people are talking about how much better of a football player Karmelo was than Austin. I think what I've been hearing, what I've been hearing people say is how much better of a person he was than Austin, because he was one of the good guys. He was not a bully. Austin had a reputation for being a bully, him and his brother.
Them football stats fucks with them
That's why he
though.
was suspended from school.
Right.
For being bullies. So that's what I've been hearing. I've been hearing that Austin and Hunter were troublemakers, and Karmelo was not. Karmelo was a model student. He was an honor roll student and a model kid at home. So, and also, did I mention the fact that he saved somebody's life before? He actually risked his life, jumped into a pool, and saved a drowning human being. Yeah. So they tried to make it seem like Karmelo had this.
And they jealous because of all the good
life and
accolades he gets.
Saved a human being.
They hate when we say he was a good kid.
That theory. But here we go.
Cause they know theirs is
I tried to
bad.
search after a while when people started saying these things. I started searching to try to see what this kid had for his benefit, just because I want to see. I'm a fan. I'm curious and I couldn't find anything, even at his own school, as far as like making second team honorable mention, nothing.
Child.
And as a sophomore,
30
Austin made
scholarship
honorable mention
offers.
as a sophomore on varsity, which he should have.
So what does any of that have to do with
See,
the
it's
fight
that
itself, the altercation?
it validates that I kept saying it was about
What does that have to do
football.
with it?
Have gotten second team.
I mean, besides the fact that his team was ass.
In my opinion, but I'm also biased. And then last year, his junior year, he made second team, and everybody in the district was furious he should have made first team. Like, it was just one of those, because he was next to another guy who ended up going D1 as a senior, had beat him out on tackles for linebacker. But so he made first team for linebacker, so they put Austin at second team, which, he came home, was upset about it. And I was like, dude, you crushed it as a junior. Can you imagine what you're going to do as a senior? And just like, we just had all these like thoughts and like excitement.
Had to stroke their egos.
We went to Arkansas for junior day, and he's like, Mom, an SEC school asked me to come. And I'm like, yeah, bud, like people are starting to pay attention. Regardless of the Frisco Memorial's we're not a winning team. Neither is Centennial, FYI. I don't know if anybody's ever looked that up.
No,
but
I just kept track of Memorial.
Yeah, they're not winning team either. I'm not saying that but there's kids from
y'all see where they get this stuff from?
Football. It doesn't matter the record of it's the kid themselves on how they play.
I'm sure it's on here.
And all of those things. So
it's the same. It's the same conversation.
Like the love of football like Austin had, but he played for his brother, and this last year,
and he went off.
Blew. Yeah, like when I say I'm like it was like he was. Like Austin had joined him in this race, and just he crushed it and won football. It doesn't matter the record of it's the kid themselves on how they play and all of those things.
The mom said the cheerleader story was true. Yes, she confirmed that it was true.
Austin had, but he played for his brother.
It's on here.
And this last year,
and he went off.
Blew.
So Austin played for his brother.
I'm like brother, and this last year. Those things. So, and Hunter just wasn't like the love of football like Austin had, but he played for his brother. And this last year,
and he went off.
Blew. Yeah, like when I say I'm like it was like he was like Austin had joined him in this race, and just he crushed it. And it was kind of disappointing because he didn't get a lot of looks and stuff, but he's.
Sound like to me, Austin was her favorite kid, and you'll hear her talk about Hunter a little bit more, and Hunter's anger problems, right? You're gonna hear her talk about that in a minute. But sound like to me, Austin was
a better kid,
the favorite child, even though they were twins. Their behavior patterns was totally opposite, and Austin, it sounds like, was perhaps taking
the loser.
Hunter. Remember, Hunter said Austin always had his back. And this is consistent with some of the witnesses early on who said that, not the witnesses who actually watched the actual tape, the clear tape that was shown by the school, that Hunter initiated the incident.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so glad that it's finally over, per se, and and Austin got his justice.
Yeah, me too.
As much as he could get, if that makes sense.
I'm 100% on board with you on that. Look, I was hoping for more, but because how much, in my eyes, how much is my son's life worth to people? And
he should have kept his hands to himself.
I can say is at least they saw what we saw. Time
y'all read
is never going to take Austin and bring him back to me. So
now time's going to put Hunter in jail.
Some time for this kid to sit there and realize that he has to suffer consequences for his actions, then so be it.
So her kids don't, though. Her kids don't have to.
Hunter got Austin's girlfriend pregnant.
Like, what?
Holy God. When I saw that, I about shit. I'm sorry.
What?
If it's at least some time for this kid to sit there and realize that he has to suffer consequences for his actions, then so be it. So.
Can we talk about the rumor that Hunter got Austin's girlfriend pregnant?
Like, holy God.
Oh, wow.
When I saw that, I about I fell out of my chair. I was like, are you kidding me? So, you know, the first was everybody freaking out about him taking Tatum to prom. And I will tell you that Tatum was a senior, Austin and Hunter were juniors. And Austin and Tatum had been dating for a while, and they had this huge plan of all this, the prom stuff. And, you know, she was going to have to go alone. She actually didn't even really want to go. I think Hunter just felt obligated to take her because they had become, like, I hadn't seen, after Austin died, Hunter stayed at the house twice, and then he didn't stay at my house.
Y'all hit the like button as you come in, and but a few of y'all.
Every night, slept with him at their house or at his friend's house. He wouldn't come home because, you know, every time he walked upstairs, he saw Austin's room, and it crushed him too much. So, but him taking her, of course, they're friends, so it's not, there's no romantic involvement in any case with it. But yeah, it was a huge group. It took forever for pictures. Hunter is not a picture guy. He doesn't like taking pictures.
Okay, unless I missed something. Okay.
So she fucking the twin brother.
It ain't got nothing to do with nothing, but since they mentioned it. Okay, let's say out of obligation, the surviving twin brother takes the deceased twin brother's girlfriend to prom. And, you know, one could look at that as a noble gesture, right? But then he further extends his condolences by spending the night at the girl's house. I think Megan Metcalf is a ride or die type mom. I think she loved her sons for real. I think that the reason why she's not doing interviews is because she's a little bit too real for TV. And she's gonna call it exactly what it is. She's gonna say exactly how she feels. But I also think that she's a bit delusional. I think she's a bit...
Y'all, now I asked y'all to hit the like button. I need 35 likes, like quick. And I'm going to wait until the lights go up. It's 52 of y'all, and all of y'all didn't hit the like button. I need every last one of y'all that's in here to double tap the face of your phone or hit those 3 dots at the top right corner.
So we ain't limited or restricted to just asylum.
So the new appellate has filed for a new trial.
Please support if you can, because
yeah, these people don't even want to hit the like button.
We'll still leave it like that. All right, so I had this as my thumbnail the other day, y'all, if y'all remember. And
okay, so y'all don't want to hit the like button?
And said, oh, I know, and this ain't verbatim, but it's very close to.
They do be mad. She's overhyped these kids because she hear about high school stuff. Yeah, because it was about football. They was arguing about football. They weren't even arguing. They was shooting the shit about sports. That's what football players do. Yeah, you know. It ain't about being bullied. Okay, y'all can't hit the like button. I'm finna get ready to go. I've been over here almost 5 hours, baby. What y'all here for if y'all can't hit the like button? Please hit the like button. Yeah, I'm finna go, baby. I be trying to give y'all the real tea, and y'all be stuck on stupid. Let me go out the way I came in. Where is it at? One person will hit the like button. Oh, okay. Where am I? I'm trying to go out the way I came in. What is... Y'all, please like, share, and subscribe. Support the platform. What time is it? It's 9:18, so I'm sure this is gonna be it for me today. I may come back later for Trump. Yeah, I can't entertain y'all any longer. Since y'all can't hit the like button, I'll finish listening. Oh, who was that wanted to hear her? Yeah, we done heard her make excuses for her son, so it ain't no big deal. I'll holler at y'all later. Let me see how long I've been on here. Oh, yeah, no. I ain't finna play with y'all.